You have questions. But are we? Nothing. If not vampires. Who made us what we are? Sure you know the one made you. Yes, but the one who made him. The source. All this evil. I understand. I saw you in the theater. You're suffering. Your sympathy for our God. You die and you kill. You feel you deserve to die and you stay till nothing. But does that make you evil? Or since you comprehend what you call goodness, does it not make you good? Perhaps. But perhaps this is the only real evil left. God does not exist. I know nothing of God or the devil. I have never seen a vision nor learned a secret that would damn or save my soul. And as far as I know, after 400 years, I am the oldest living vampire in the world.
A disclosure in the media, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this is definitely disclosure in the media.
Yeah, inspired by the Anne Rice as well as multimedia on the vampire myth and lore and folklore and how it relates to modern day society, as well as how it impact and influence modern society, modern culture of today. So with that said, let me just look at my notes, the outline to see. Okay, so I would like to go over with you now in terms of your personal experience with your incarnation of a perceived vampire during the Dark Ages as well. Could you just go into this English? Was it an English vampire?
Yeah, it was English, and I believe this person started out as like a farmhand or started out as like just a regular person, in that time. And what was interesting enough is I had my historical details wrong when I first saw some of these things back when we were living in Nebraska. I was already starting to see these things, and I didn't know that not only was this expression female, I thought it was linked to the previous incarnation to that one that had died later in history. They would have called that person Robin Hood, but it was this guy named Roger that I was previously to that. And he ended up dying in his home when King John had him killed there. But then later on the legend grew, and then it turned into what it was. And I found out ISIS had a hand in this by basically perpetuating the story, helping perpetuate the story for myself and historically, so that I wouldn't come across this. And since she was the one that turned this person specifically, and in that lifetime, and she had brought forth the vampire virus from Egypt and Atlantis from before that. But what happened was in the Dark Ages, in this area of the Dark Ages, or previously, I'm seeing two different ones actually. This specific female one was a farmhand that ended up becoming a vampire, was hunted like really late at night, and this group of ladies came in and saw her as a potential turn instead of a just a victim like they had been doing. What had happened was somebody doesn't want me to even say this. Okay, this person was turned, chased through a wooded area, and then turned. Then after that, she ended up killing her own family, killing like a bunch of people in the area, and then was never really hunted down. But then I believe was was killed. Oh God, was killed by a, I want to say killed by a villager or killed by a local or something like that. But I was sketching on a bit of the details. I know she turned her name to Cassandra, but I believe her name before that was, it was definitely like a Christian name. It was, man, that one's a little foggy on, but sorry, I'm babbling a little bit there, but the name there is foggy. But the,
How old was she? How old was she? Describe her in terms of phenotype,
mhm.
and what year was this in terms of historically?
Historically, it would have been in the 1200s, so around just after the Robin Hood time frame, the reign of King John. It would have been after that in roughly the King Henry III time frame. And interestingly enough, just prior to that is when Roger passed away, is when Henry would have been an infant. So then Cassandra was born, or that girl was born roughly around the same time. Fast forward to when King Henry III was an adult. So she was roughly about 20-ish, somewhere in there. And she had dark hair, kind of like a hazelish eye color, and was, I'd say darkish hair. And I'd be one that she was about 5'8", 5'9", somewhere in there. But after that, after she was turned, she went to this total like dark, like black persona. Her eyes turned like this dark coal black in the pupil, and didn't have a reptilian look like slit eye. It was more like this dark pupil, and there was an even darker pupil or darker center to the iris. And she was turned roughly around 19, 20 years old at the time. And the cult kept her as one of their own. It was in Gemma Isis. There was a redhead, a blonde, and two others that were in the cult. And it was in Gemma Isis that actually turned this girl inside of a monastery. That is the monastery where it was famous, where Robin Hood died there. I cannot remember the name of the monastery, but it's where he famously was buried. And there is a weird zombified ghost that still wanders the grounds there, some kind of like vampiric poltergeist facsimile that was conjured most likely by the people conjuring the form. But this girl died there. She came in. She had been chased by these vampires into this monastery, and she was already bleeding, and she had already been attacked by them. And then this nun that was in this monastery turned around, and it was actually Isis that was basically the one that that grabbed a hold of her. The others had chased her into this monastery, and then she was basically grabbed by their leader, turned, and that's where Cassandra essentially was born at that point. And I started to actually get blips of going after people, hunting people, and stuff like this. After a while, I started getting this really weird set of like dysphoria, and it was very intensive. And I didn't know what it was until when you started talking about the vampires and everything. It's like, okay, this makes sense to me. What Isis had done was implant the other memory as me as a man, as a later Robin Hood figure, hoping that I would latch on to the story. She even said it in one of her original channelings to me a long time ago, basically saying she made up some of the history. She was actually basically displaying what she had just done. I was too stupid at the time to understand that, but it was I'd fallen for her as a trick at the time. So I didn't get it at that time, but now I perfectly get it. What happened was this rogue expression started to form within my own energy, and it became very, very dominant. And as I even started to feel this strong female presence, I thought it was a possession first, and it was not. I couldn't get rid of it. It's like when you and I did our session, we couldn't get rid of that snake-like attachment just by tearing it out. And this was like that. I couldn't grab a hold of it. And then I heard Isaac and them say, no, you have to look into this. You have to reintegrate this. This is a memory. And I looked into it and saw all of these chains of events. I saw the lie that had been placed there. I extracted the lie memory and put the real ones back in there. and she was eventually hunted and killed. I was wondering what this pain on my chest was right here. Somebody had literally staked her and then cut her head off. And I was thinking, okay, that's exactly what I did as my Atlantean persona, Tarango. Is where I would go after monsters like this and do the same thing. So it's like it had come full circle. And then that persona, before I discovered the death sequence, had tried to survive through me. And one didn't want to relive the death sequence. Once I relived the death sequence, it completely cut off that expression altogether. It completely ended it. And my energy freed up after that. And it was creepy. I didn't want to really look into it. I was thinking, okay, you know, what is this now? But I looked into it, and it's probably one of the better things that I did, because looking into these darker aspects, people can't be afraid to look into these darker historical aspects, because therein lies some of the clues of where you need to improve your own energy and improve your own existence. The crux of it, or the crumbs there, are basically there for you to correct. And so you can't be afraid to look into it at all.
Yeah, hence the shadow work, inner work, shadow work process.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to go into my presentation on Lilith,
Yeah.
aka Hecate.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. Yeah.
So can you see it? Oh, I have to share my
You have to share the screen.
How did you share?
How
do you share the screen?
Go down to the big share screen button, the big green one at the bottom there, and
Oh, there it is.
yeah, and I set it up to where you can. Yeah, it should work. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes, there we go.
Okay. So this is the French being or incarnation I had during the 14th, 15th century. Her name was Lila, according to her family. It says just one moment. Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, I can see and hear you. Yeah, it's at Microsoft.
Something just popped up. That was a distraction, and that's a distraction.
Yeah, I know that was definitely a distraction right there, covering the exact picture just like that. Yeah.
And,
I hate that. Yeah.
Yeah. So her, as mentioned, her family called her Lila. Her government name is Lilith. She's a French woman, and she's also a farmer. Well, her family's a farmer. They harvested and farmed olive trees. So this is an olive grove in the background. And she's a pretty interesting character. Through my rediscovery and discovery of her past, she was known as a tomboy because during that period, women had hair down to their buttocks and even longer. And she found ways to cut her hair because she didn't really like having a lot of hair. And again, she was a tomboy. She liked doing things that boys would do and not ladylike. This was a very sexist era in our recorded history. And a lot of women were not treated equally. She was the eldest of 8 children. And she had a yearning to leave the farm, and she didn't feel like she belonged there. She had this kind of like fantasy where she was a queen, and she felt she was part of a monarchy, although she was a peasant, perceivably speaking. But you know, she thought otherwise. I'm just going to skip through this because this is taking forever. So you can get a close-up of how she looks. So as you can see, I would say she was around the same height as your incarnation, 5'7", 5'8". Very beautiful. I mean, of course, every drawing I have tends to be very beautiful. But, you know, there's a serenity within her and a purity within her. And her story is, it turns a dark leaf. So just without going into too much detail, so she finally left the farm. She ran away from the farm. She left behind all of her siblings and her family. that she loved and they loved her. And but she wanted to visit a castle, and through my rediscovery, comes to find out through Akatosh that it was the castle of Charlemagne. I think that was his name. Not very familiar with him, but according to the recorded historic books, he was well known and perceivably done good things for France as well as the rest of Western Europe in terms of conquest and war. And all of that, you know, has a big role to play in terms of the Cabal. But aside from the Cabal, because that's just the cover, what happened and what exists within the bowels of the Charlemagne castle are a cult of vampires or a coven of vampires. And their lineage is of a hybrid Orion reptilian race of beings. And her maker was infected by a galactic made vampire virus that was created millions of years ago. And the Orion reptilian hybrids, well, he stood around 15 feet. However, some of them, according to Akatosh, were 20 and 30 feet tall, these Orion reptilians. So these are their average height. So it's, you know, there's other taller beings depending on different codes that they possess. Specifically, the virus that infected her maker, and his name is Azil, and I'll go into Azil in a minute, was not a nice being. He was a warmonger, and he took control. His sect of Orions took control of many territories in Western Europe as well as the rest of the world. And so they made a vampire nest in that castle. And long story short, she was captured by the royal court, and because she tried to sneak in and try to steal some treasures, but she was caught, and I'm getting mind wiped here for shit.
I know, I've been getting hit too, yeah.
And then she didn't, excuse me, hold on for a second. Let me just hold my crystal.
Yeah, I put some selenite up against it. It should start to cut that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just totally blanked out. Akatosh, clear this shit out, please. She says, go on, proceed.
Mm-hmm.
She says that I'm going to have Akatosh speak because Moses obviously can't speak.
You're fine, man. You're fine. Yeah. I'm discombobulated too from it, so you're fine.
Yeah. So I'm just going to have my oversoul come forth because she will knock all the shit out. Okay, so this was a time where Lilith decided to travel to the Charlemagne perceived castle with the idea that she was a queen. This was a fabricated thought form that germinated within her from an external source from her. And then her manifestation of becoming a queen became a reality through experiencing hardships and being captured and imprisoned by this royal court. Unbeknownst to her of the dangers that lie beneath the bowels of the castle. As Moses mentioned, there was a vampire nest from this warlord, Azim, the blood god. Moses perceivably understands the concept construct of blood god refers to a galactic being, not a literary god of the contextual book, the Bible, and variants of a Bible story. These gods took advantage of this terminology from modern Homo sapiens sapiens, proclaiming them as these deities of unimaginable might and glory, but they were just ordinary people, just like you and I. Okay, so now we got that out the way.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that was done really well. I could hear as you were talking, I could hear Tarangle's persona in the background going, saying, another monster to slay another head on a pike, sort of thing. You know, it's like, you know,
Yeah.
so yeah, I thought that was hilarious. I could hear that persona coming up as you were talking, going, yes, this would have been one I hunted, all this other stuff. So I heard that as you were talking. It's getting to the point where I can actually bring through the past life persona like you do, and as the channel. So it's not as draining as it is holding another being. But this also links up to mine, whereas during the times of Henry III, King John was involved a lot in this. You know, the famous Prince John from the Robin Hood mythology was heavily invested in this. And his handler, William, was his name, that existed in that time, where he would look for children for King John to act as an heir. King John could not have children, even though Henry III was basically registered as his own child. What happened was when Roger died, William came in and stole the baby, and stole the baby, and that baby became King Henry III. After a while, the Orions were heavily invested in this. Ebens were heavily invested in this. They called it the Bloodline Wars, whereas they would insert different DNAs with other DNAs to try to come up with a blood facsimile that they could use later on in history. They were trying to come up, different alien races were trying to come up with different bloodlines that they could use later on, or conduct different blood-like experiments. And it was completely woven into the vampire narrative, where they worked with them to see how they could construct different vampire virus facsimiles and offshoots and everything as well. And the vampire cults in both time frames were heavily invested in this. I believe Zim was heavily invested in this as well. That's the feeling I'm getting, is where this all links up into one story. I got that other stuff in a session about the Robin Hood stuff, and then this. But this is all one. This is all one story.
Yeah. So just to piggyback off of the handlers. So Azim was the handler for King Charlemagne, and most of a lot of territories within France, neighboring, such as Belgium, Switzerland, Germany. So they covered a lot. Because England was an island, so maybe other territories that your Vampire Coven might have. But I have a feeling, Chris, that this is the same lineage here.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I feel it is. Yeah.
And I'm just getting that download now as we talk.
Yeah, I feel you're correct on this. Yeah, I feel it's correct.
So before we get into the Vampire Maker, Lilith Vampire Maker, do you want to go over your experience with your maker? Well, yeah, not you, but your past life.
Claudia's so this is rather creepy, like the rest of this isn't. Well, back in ancient Atlantis, all of you listening heard me and Moses go over in the last session. You heard me with me and him, where it was Angema Isis that had tried to coerce Tarangle, that was my Atlantean past life, into basically taking her side and doing her bidding, pretty much. She was starting to turn in ancient Atlantis at the time, and eventually, as a member of the Circle of Women of Atlantis, helped the Orions come across the threshold, or at least their influence, so that others on Atlantis became enthralled with artificial intelligence. And what had taken place then after that, the Orions invaded, and Tarangle was going to take off after killing some of these Orion angels, the big wing guys. Well, at that time, Joanna had captured me and chained me so that I couldn't change in size from a shorter to a larger giant. And a couple of AI enforced or assimilated people had taken me away at that point, and that's where my soul entered the false incarnation grid at that point in history. What she was trying to prevent was the Orions from harvesting the soul altogether. These winged angel types that were from 500,000 years ago or more during the Orion Wars. They had been led across the threshold into Atlantean time frame. These were really strong soldiers on behalf of the Orions. They were their foot soldiers, and along with reptilian forms. And they also brought in some of the original vampiric virus type. As history passed, she became kind of almost like a watcher for my soul, like in a negative way. She began to try to put me in situations where I was no longer the monster hunter. I was more like the hunted. And this is what how going past ancient Egypt, where she helped Osiris form the Cabal lineages. After Egypt fell, well, during the times of Egypt fell, there were oh god, now I'm getting a mind wave. Hang on a second. Okay, this is apparently they don't want this said. This is how the Cabal families formed initially, or at least the Rothschilds did. In the time of Egypt, it's things were happening in the Osirian Empire the same way you see things happening now, where there's a lot of unrest, a lot of political subterfuge, a lot of like for and against. The whole thing that's playing out now happened then, and it led up to the point where Draco reptilians and Orions and Harvester nano tech and everything from that time started to come in as well. Atlantis was already falling the same way. They just had to move over to Egypt, and they needed to harvest the energy as they went along. So they had to do the slow boat method, where they had to coerce the people into not only consenting, but they had to change their personalities as they went along. That's how they could make them more compatible with the AI matrix. So that's when at that point, when everybody was essentially harvested, they were turned into this like green looking form. That's why you see Isis in a green form after a while. Osiris and Isis had this green form because some of the reptilian DNA had been introduced into the genome. The story of Anubis putting Osiris back together was essentially he was put back together, but there was reptilian DNA added in there. He was coerced to put that virus in Osiris's system, therefore turning him green afterwards. And the two of them forming basically two families at that time, forming a covenant which brought together a child line, a couple children's lines that became the Cabal lineages, the original Cabal lineages. Fast forward now to this female form of mine. Still the same vampiric cult that was the Women of Atlantis that eventually became the Vril Society in Nazi Germany. Later on, fast forward to that. But with this, if anybody was wondering how Hitler came to power so quickly, it was essentially that. But this young woman was, as I've said, she was cornered in that abbey, and she was turned into that vampire. What took place in the events after this is they trained her to be a killer and basically a sadist. She was nothing of the sort beforehand. Complete opposite. This is how the Cabal operates now. They try to slowly turn people into mentally what they are. And they needed to be more compatible for conversions like this to take place. But this was more done on a whim. It's like they hunted this person and they said, okay, this person's innocent. We can flip the personality possibly quicker. Essentially, well, the download I'm getting is essentially if the person doesn't have essentially street smarts, or what we would call street smarts, to be able to observe these things, that they're more of an innocent, they're more right to be flipped to its polar opposite. They haven't had the experiences to create that immunity to it, to that conversion. But on the flip side of that, now in this time, the Cabal is trying to convert people into how they are slowly, even without the vampiric virus. Back in the times of Egypt, there were that was just the green variation was only one form. There was also the Nosferatu form. There was the
Oh, wait, wait.
all that.
Don't go too much into that. That's going to be a further down topic.
I know my brain moves that quickly. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Sorry about that, folks. The downloads come in, they go like that. So it's my ADHD download format tends to do that. But and also the mind wipes don't help either. But this girl, what had taken place was they turned her into this complete and utter sadist, and in the end, they hung her out to dry because they needed someone, and I can even hear the conversation in my head now. They needed someone to be this rogue vampire out in the open, so that they could go and do something else somewhere else, like committed a greater atrocity somewhere else. So they needed the legend of the vampire to culminate in that area of England at the time. That's the sense that I'm getting. It's essentially they picked somebody that they basically lied and said, oh, now you have all this power, you can go hunt people, you can go do this, and they themselves were laughing in the background because they chose this innocent person to be the scapegoat, and everybody fell for it. Of course, they wanted to kill the vampire, but the real bad guys were the cult of women, essentially from Atlantis. Those were the real bad guys. Just like in Nazi Germany, with the Vril Society channeling the information from Aldebaran in, they would do something similar in another part of the world. I have a feeling they escaped to, let's see, I feel they escaped to what's now is Germany, or what was Germany then too. I feel it was culminated in that area. And to give context to that, I was doing a session, which I will make public, whereas I found out Tarangal went into what was what would later we would call Germany, but in the Atlantean time frame, and killed a bunch of giants that were there that were becoming susceptible to Orion influence. And the Council of Atlantis kind of started to hang him out to dry. Again, that was an influence of Ingema Isis trying to get him to distance himself from his allies and piss off his allies, essentially. And so this is what she was doing with this female persona, trying to get the public to only see her as this master evil vampire, to again create trauma in my own soul history, while she went off and did something else in Germany, along with this cult of ladies, to be able to even join up with some of those remaining giants from the Atlantean period. They were like Crumb's group, but evil, essentially. So she was essentially hanging out with them, to where she could try to cultivate them. You fast forward a little bit later on in history, now you know where the mentality of Nazi Germany came from. It was built up over a period of time, and the Orions cultivated that personality in some of the German people over a period of time, so they would see themselves as superior to everyone else. And eventually, evil beings from Cassiopeia came in, the Draco, of course, and the Orions cultivated that, and they became what people knew as Nazi Germany. And there was a lot of vampire history associated with Nazi Germany as well. This is where you get the plot for like the Blood Rain video games and stuff like that, whereas you see vampires in the bottom of like a Nazi castle and stuff like that. They find vampires in castles and stuff like that. This is where you get that basic premise from. They were always in bed with the vampiric virus. Nazi Germany was always in bed with the vampire virus, like they were with the Dark Cassiopeians, the Orions, and the Draco. And this is how they came to power so very, very quickly. They were trying to cultivate that virus to create
don't go too much into the virus, because I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, I was just saying that's how they got the idea for super soldiers and such, was trying to create vampire. Yeah. So
all right, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go over how I'm about to call it Hecate came into being, and a little bit about her maker.
Mm-hmm.
So, as mentioned, she was captured by the royal court of Charlemagne, and then Azil had an interest in her, so she was forced to meet Azil, and Azil knows Akatash. During long millions, if not billions of years ago, when Akatash first came to this perceived illusion, she undergone a lot of tortures because what happens is the Torah come from a perceived 10th, 11th dimension density. So they had to gradually lower their energy matrix to be compatible to exist in our paradigm, perceivically speaking. So in order for her to do that, she had to undergo a lot of trauma and tortures to get her to that vibrational state where the Orions and other regressive negative forces could, hold her captive. One of the lineage groups was related to Azil. And so that genetic memory kind of like struck a chord in him and says he knows Lilith for some reason because he knows Akatash. And he wanted to continue his family lineage of tormenting Akatash by turning her into a vampire, infecting her with his lineage variant of the Nosferatu vampire. So that's how Lilith became Hecate, and she adopted the name Goddess Hecate because Goddess Hecate, according to the recorded approved history, was a goddess of the moon. There's also a goddess Hecate in the Latin text, the Babylonian text, the Greek texts, as well as other literary works regarding the myth and lore of the moon goddess Hecate. She adopted it because she was a god of the moon, a being of the moon, of the night, hence why she became that name. Azil, she was a slave to Azil. She took on the vampire. Once you get infected, you kind of take on a new manifestation, right? Because the virus, I'll go into the virus, but what I briefly would say about the virus is that it alters your genome as well as your mental mindset, and it kind of fractures and alters you in various ways psychologically. With that said, the soul of Akatash left the body. Technically speaking, once your soul leaves the body, you're considered dead. However, there's residual of Akatash's essence still within the body because the soul is kind of like embedded with your blood as well as your vital organs, including your brain and your entire being, right? Your flesh. Therefore, the memory, the genetic memory of that soul still resides in a corpse, specifically speaking. So, although Akatash no longer inhabits the body at 100% optimal capacity, Akatash is still there in a very way, but not there. You get it? Mm-hmm. Which created a schism in terms of a being that was once Lilith / Akatash, now a new being on its own. So like I said, the manifestation of this new being, which is this vampire, Hecate. This is why Akatash was allowed or was able to reincarnate and continue her journey and experience. While Hecate ramped ravagery over the lands, and she too, just like your incarnation, was a sadistic murderer. And it's a learned behavior as well as a genetic memory from all the vampire lineages that she comes from. So it's kind of like embedded in her for her to be savage, to have no empathy towards her kill. She still had Lilith empathy and compassion, but over time, because these beings live forever. And what I mean is, like, just to go backtrack, the Orions and galactic beings, they have the ability to manipulate their aging process, and they can self-heal, self-generate, and can regrow limbs. A lot of the plethora of ETs can do this. Even humans, we just have a stunted in our innate abilities for some reason, because of the holographic society we live in. It stunts and kind of like, dampens our innate abilities. Long story short, the vampire lore where vampires live forever is true and not true. It's because the ETs have mastered their ability of self-regeneration and aging process. That's why they can live forever. And that's why they're immune to a lot of kind of lethal attacks. But I'll get into that a little bit deeper when we go over how to kill a vampire. But if you don't mind, can I just go into Azil?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Chris. Okay.
Yeah. You hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is Azil. He was kind of, yes, he was inspired by many of the modern day cinematic film, 30 Days of Night, as well as Blade 2. He kind of looks like a cross between a dark elf and a Nosferatu vampire,
yes,
as well as the Reaper virus variant in Blade 2. So when I first saw him, like while I was channeling Hecate, Hecate shared with me his true form. This is one of his forms, but he has this grayish form that looks really reptilian. It's kind of like, it was so fucking scary. It just came out of nowhere. It's kind of like he looks like a reptile and he looks like an elf as well in terms of phenotype. But then again, he has these kind of like reptilian kind of markings, and he had these blood eyes with the reptilian slits, and his mouth was like more like wide open and with sharp teeth, and it scared the shit out of me. He didn't have any hair, but that's his true form. That's his 15-foot tall self. When he's around this height, he's around like 10 feet, 9 feet tall when he's in this form. And I'm just gonna skip where.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was seeing him too. Was exactly like that. If you go to the movie the Time Machine with Jeremy Irons and Guy Pearce.
He looks
Jeremy
like the
Irons
Time Machine monster.
Yeah, he looks like one of them. That's how Jeremy Irons looked in that. That was essentially Orion form. But yeah, this is a mix between Orion and Nosferatu, viral variant, all that.
Yeah. And the reason why he was a warlord is because he had a lot of control. He managed to control a lot of the cabal within Western Europe, Southern Europe. I don't know if it reached to the Scandinavians, because although the Orions and the reptilians, they govern, but they still have this kind of like sect or factions that control certain quadrants of our planet Earth. Although they're all Orion, they're all regressive dark, but they all have their own territories, is what I'm saying. So his territory only reached certain parts of Europe. What I know is that the Cabal answer to these reptilian vampire Orions. Some of the Cabal answer to pure reptilian that are not vampire variants or adaptations. Some of the Cabal answer to only strictly Orion off planet. Some of the Cabal only answer to all planet Draco reptilians, and the list goes on and on. It's like an endless thing. It's so multi-dimensional and multi-complex that I would pull my hair off, and I don't have a lot to just go into all of it.
I'm
But
starting to not have a lot because of this too. So
but
yeah.
what Akatash did share and Hecate did share with me is that do not be tricked to believe that the Cabal are the ruling class. They're not. They're just pawns and puppets to these dark Orions, reptilians, etc., Ebens, Syrians, all of it, they're all under their control. But then the absolute power and control isn't also the Orions or the reptilians or the Syrians. There's a higher power that governs them too.
Exactly.
So
And I call that like a dark, it's like a dark cloud essentially of their God. Essentially they brought through from another dimension. It's a cloud like essence that came from the same universe the Orions originally did. So that's essentially what they were.
That's a topic. Yeah, that's a topic that will take many hours to discuss.
Oh yeah.
But I do want to switch topics now, and I was going to go over. There's another topic where I'm just going to go over the blood god of Azim and the god of the grove, and then after that we're going to discuss the mythos between the vampire lore in terms of how to kill a vampire, and then the variants, the viruses versus the biological born versus the ET vampires versus the human vampires versus the human-made vampires. But for now, let me just briefly go over Azim and God of the Grove, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. So because this is inspired by Anne Rice's novels, Queen of the Damned and Blood and Gold. So this character here was one of Anne Rice's characters that hit home to me. I was a teenager when I first read The Queen of the Damned, and what struck me the most, this is before I had my self-realization of Akatosh and all of this information that I had within the last 2 years. So the reason why I was so inspired by Azim is because a vampire of Anne Rice's literary works called Pandora, a Greek vampire, she visited the Himalayas, and on top of the mountain, there's an entrance that leads down a labyrinth within the Himalayan mountain. And in the middle of this Himalayan mountain lived a blood god known as Azim, according to Anne Rice's work. He was a gluttonous. He would acquire self-sacrificial blood offerings, meaning that these live volunteers would come to his mountain, and inside was a temple, a blood temple, where they would offer themselves and have them be bitten by this Azim. And this Azim, while through the process of drawing him, it reminded me of a lot of the Orion demons or demon-like creatures that are influenced now in our video games and movies. They kind of have this, it's kind of like the emoji is a bastardized inversion, and it's a symbol for the Orions, the emoji, the smiley face emoji. Yep. The smiley face emoji is also depicted in the Batman Joker character, where the Joker is always smiling. That creepy smile is an Orion-based type of symbology, and there are creatures that look like that. So this specific creature, Azim, resembles these types of beings, these Orion with a smiley face. And their smile is the reason why they have such a huge smile is because their jaws could open so wide and their mandibles could retract outward. So they can actually swallow little children. And there's another demon that I have encountered as a child that could open its mouth and swallow you.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before myself. Yeah.
Yeah. They eat children, but this one is kind of similar to that type of variant of demon. But these demons are also living beings, and some of these living beings also are vampires because, like I said, the ETs get infected too. It's just not humans get infected. The ETs also get infected with these vampire viruses, turning them and morphing them into their own manifestations of how they perceive their narcissistic self. And this Azim, his narcissism reflects his physical self. That's why I depicted him the way he is. Very creepy.
They did this in the movie Morbius, where they altered their facial features like that, where they were more part bat, part human, but they had that grin like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they had this grin. Yeah. So, and then we're just gonna jump into the.
Yeah, I can feel this guy out where I can literally see like where he's holding the skulls and everything, where I could see where he like would bite the heads off of people and then spit the skull out. I could see him go.
Yeah. So it's like I was inspired by the Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom, that type of scene, and that's Disclosure too. That whole scene where they're doing that sacrifice. This is him. They're actually disclosing how that blood sacrifice happens. Although Anne Rice gets a lot of download too, there's also someone ghostwriting in terms of disclosing. And then there's also someone editing the work. That way, if too much TMI comes out of the disclosure, they edit out what they don't want the public to know. But a lot of I did a little bit of channeling with Anne Rice, not too much, but from what Akata said, that she is in a good space. Part of Anne Rice's job was to disclose the creatures of the night, right? At the same time, mixing it with the approved historic recorded history in terms of the for and against. The Mongolians are bad, Romans are good, that type of bullshit I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But just to fast forward, because we have so much to discuss.
But I do see, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do see, that priest from Temple of Doom. I'm definitely seeing this exact form where, it's all blood rituals and blood type ritual type things are draconian associated. So this is, my mother was always creeped out by Temple of Doom. She knew there was something legit about it, but now I know what to tell her what she was actually seeing. So,
yeah. But what I can say is there is in terms of disclosure, from fictional to actual, there is a blood god that was just like this. I don't know if it was named Azil, but his face is real. This being did exist, and they did do these types of rituals, is what Chris and I are trying to convey to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm getting like downloads like a mile a minute here while you're talking. It's like I'm seeing the entirety of the picture. So I'm sorry to the public here if I see more ADHD. This is why. So this is exactly
and disclaimer to the public: if these images are too graphic, I do apologize, because we're touching on kind of dark of the soul or dark of the night aspects of our reality, which is not status quo, but this information does come with visuals, because I am an artist and this is my depiction of what I'm seeing and what I have experienced. So this is another of Anne Rice's literary work characters by the name of The God of the Grove. This was a story of the Vampire Lestat novel. And it talks about a Roman vampire, Marius, whose maker was the God of the Grove. This was in northern Italy, and there was these giant grove trees that you can actually put a freaking castle inside the core of the tree. That's how big these are. They kind of resemble redwood trees, but they're not redwood trees. So anyway, during if you know about Druid custom and lore, have you ever heard of the Wicker Man story?
I personally have heard the name, but I have not read it. No.
Okay. So what happens is that the Druids, now this is somewhat hinted on and touched in Anne Rice's story, but I'm just going to go into it from her point of view, but mixing my own ideology of how this Wicker Man came into be. So the Druids would perform various rituals during the transitional season, such as spring, summer, winter, fall. And what they would do is that they would create these giant totems. And it's a blend of hay, twigs, and tree bark, and etc. And inside of these giant megalithic totems, they would put sacrifices, live sacrifices like chickens, ducks, pigs, and humans as well. But Anne Rice's version of this has a little twist. These Druids, I don't know if this is a different sect of Druids, because these are not the Druids that Crumb or his friend, I forgot his name out of my head. What's his friend?
Tornok.
Tornok, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Crumb, sorry, Tornok.
I forget his name a lot too, so yeah.
Okay, so no, okay, Crumb just said no. This is a different sect. Okay, thanks, Crumb. So according to Anne Rice's book, the Druid sect would they would find someone with vast intellect, someone who was a scholar, and they would groom them to be the next god of the grove. So they captured Marius, who was a Roman scholar and historian, and he archived a lot of the. This was before Christ, so he recorded a lot of history in that time. So that he was selected to be the next god of the grove, so that he was abducted from his Roman home, and they took him to the grove. They groomed him, and they offered him as a sacrifice to this vampire known as the god of the grove. The god of the grove was depicted as a burnt character, because the story goes with the Queen of the Damned that it's a long story, but they were the original vampires were set outside overnight, and then the daylight came, and then all the vampires that were made before the original vampires of Anne Rice's books, Akasha, very similar to Akatash and Enkill, and then all the vampires, including God of the Grove, were burnt. Now the reason why he didn't die is because he's old. He's an old vampire. So went through the process of creating the God of the Grove, this took me to a very dark path. And even Hecate, when I was rendering Hecate, Nazil, and Azim, it really depressed me. And this specific one really depressed me because it created a memory of the house fire accident back in 2000, where I witnessed the dead bodies of my stepfather, my mother, and my nephew, and then they had charred bodies, very similar to this being that's been illustrated. And so Anne Rice was foreshadowing the fire for me in a way. So it's interesting how all of these synchronicities tie all of us, no matter, and it impacts us in many different ways. Anyone reading any type of literary works, whether it's fiction or truth or whatever, it does impact you, and it does share information, whether in the past or the present or in the future, if you get what I'm saying. So this God of the Grove is depicted in a woodsy area because it is kind of elemental, because the beings are good before they were turned, right? And then so do we condemn something that's bad because they were once good and now they were perceived evil because they murder for their food? And it's kind of it's kind of like a very controversial question, where the morality of what's considered good, what's considered evil. And this is why the vampire subject and topic is so interesting, is because it kind of makes you want to think about what is ethic, what is moral, what is not, and what is pure evil, what is good, what is not. So this is why we're having this discussion. So with that said, we're just going to change the topic now, and we're going to talk about
I was going to say, bound beings though will attack people if they're like trying to get help too. So you have to distinct between that as well, or if something's just plain afraid too. I've had to distinct between what it was pure evil and all these variations in between as well. And you were mentioning that group of druids. I encountered them in someone's session before, whereas they looked like some of Crumb's people, but they were like a Gandalf the Grey type figure, or Gandalf the White type figure. But whereas they were more vampiric, and I believe it goes back to this other group that I was picking up.
I was gonna mention that too, just to piggyback and tie into your story about Crumb's faction group with vampires, because Crumb did corroborate with you when I channeled Hakatash, and he came in and he said they were druid vampire factions that did exist. So this illustration does support Anne Rice's theory, quotely, but how it's the same is questionable, because from my perception, this is how I see them, and how it actually played out maybe differently. But just to know that the vampire virus infected a lot of beings, both human and non-human. So just understand that. Do you want to say anything else before I turn to a different topic?
I believe also the forest people touched on this as well, whereas some of their own people became infected, and that's where you get the face eater clans and the baboon-like clans that were infected by the Orions. They did it technologically and AI-wise, where the face eaters have a little cap on the back of their head. They have that directed, but the fact that they eat people, they've reverted back into this barbaristic state. But it is also the vampiric virus that did its number on them as well, and different variants of more crazy forest people types like the orang pendek and skunk ape. But you have it influenced in forest people society too, and I'm getting a thumbs up to that as well. So I feel it affected.
One more thing, Chris, like I forgot to mention an important key point here, going back to the God of the Grove. They were jailed inside these trees, and so they never left the tree. And the food, the sacrifices would come to them and be handed to them. They would never leave the premise of the tree. So this is a very important key point that Anne Rice wanted to make, is because they use vampires to alter the topography of a region, such as this area, this woods area. So it was kind of like fertilized. Once the god is starved, and then the changing of the season, they would be allowed to be fed blood by live sacrifices. And then the topography would be fertile and bloom. This is why I had all these flowers and greenery here, is because his presence was changing and altering the topography and the geography of that area.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
So this is very important too, because in actuality, in terms of from my point of view and from Chris's point of view, certain vampires were used to manipulate certain situations, as well as used for warmongering and also for magic. So this would be considered a magical, although it's not, it's a thin line between benevolence and malevolence, because yes, they're offering blood sacrifices in human flesh, but at the same time, it's helping the land to be fertile and grow. So it's kind of like,
that's where you get that sacrifice brings about the harvest sort of.
Yes. And that's what the Druids believed in, but then you just add this vampire component. But then again, the elementals may not believe in that, but then everything has a purpose, So in a way, these variant of vampires, they contribute in a certain way, either for benevolence or benevolence, but it is part of the balance.
What I find interesting is when I was playing The Witcher 3, the Wild Hunt edition, there was a being that was bound inside of a tree in this big cave that was underneath this large tree, and you had the option of setting it free, or you had the option of killing it. And I chose to set it free. And what the first thing it did was start to help some children that were being held captive by 3 other really evil beings. So it was like really truly evil ones. This being was just being perceived as evil, but it had to survive. You could see as you were approaching this tree, there were all these dead bodies and bones and stuff as you were approaching it. And then you go down and there's this creature that's bound up inside the tree, saying it was trapped there like tens of thousands of years ago. And it basically it said it would not be vampiric anymore once it was set free from its chains. And you set it free, and the first thing it does, it takes over the body of a horse. You had to bring a horse to it so that it could take the life force and transfer itself into the horse body. And then it takes off and frees these children and takes off into the woods. But it's the same exact premise. What it was the reason these beings would need an animal sacrifice or some kind of sacrifice is in the demon type anyway. If you have something that's like dimensional, that's in a different frequency, they need that death energy as a conduit to come here. That's why you have some of these sacrifices to bring in these beings as bait. In this instance, though, it just needed it as sustenance because it was starving. That's how it was in the Witcher 3 scenario. It was just starving, so it had to lure in people that were walking through the area and consume them. But that wasn't its true nature. So I intuitively, I just kind of knew the choices in the game to make it, to set it free, and it ended up being benevolent in the end. So it ended up being something that was trapped there unjustly. So I set it free. And at first I thought it was going to be like one of those plant demons that I've seen. Now, I believe plant demon falls under this category too, because the Orions constructed them to set out these spores and infect people to where they grow inside people's energies and under their houses and everything. And it basically drags their energy down into this 3D, this really dense 3D place, to where it's like any other demon. It takes you into this depressive state, angry state, and fearful state. It's one of the creepiest demon types out there, where it has a football-shaped head and has teeth like that, grinning teeth like Azil had. The same identical thing I feel that the plant demon, which is allergic to tar, water, pine, and different types of lavenders and sages and everything, is a form of vampiric entity. Exactly, it straddles the line between vampire and God of the Grove. It's in somewhere in between those two, I feel. And they can spawn themselves. They can recreate themselves with multiple heads, like a Venus flytrap. That's essentially what they look like. They gather ghost energy, and they will drain the energies of people living in the house where they happen to be cultivating under, where they're growing under. So I feel that plant demon falls somewhere in between. It's a variant, I believe, of vampire virus, where it falls in between God of the Grove and vampire like Azil. So I feel it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, I mean, like the various variants is so astonishing, and there's crosses and hybrids between all of them. So there is not one black and white viewpoint of a vampire, because right now we're going to talk about the various variants of vampires, the ones that are test tube made versus new, biologically born, versus the demonic vampires versus the vampires that were created off planet, and vampires that are currently being experimented and created in our current now moment by other human beings. So Chris, let's start off with you. What is your thoughts about the difference between all the mentioned variants of vampires?
Okay, this is actually quite interesting. You had both the Nazis and our government, which essentially are the same thing now, that experiment with some of these different vampire variants. And you have the original, like Azil. You have one that's like, he's a mix between Nosferatu and original. No, don't mind me. Original Orion. What happened was the Orion, when they crossed into our universe, they had this decrepit, like almost like a Nosferatu form with the pointed ears. The next generation they tried to create of being would be more like a long-headed type being, because they stole it from some of the other galactic variants that had there. They had the long-headed type of like Anunnaki type. After that, you had the Nosferatu variants. And you had these green like variants that with the reptilian splice in that were in Egypt. Then also from this, fast forward to our government and to Nazi Germany doing some of these occult experiments and everything, but basically a mix between magic and science. Both of them created a super soldier variant that would be able to just be bulletproof, would be able to essentially kill any of their opponents. So they couldn't make too many. They were super strong. They were super fast, but they could only make maybe a few of them as assassins. And in the secret space program, the United States created a variant of that particular assassin to go do things on other planets, to go do things on other in other systems, and also here on Earth for the most part. This variant that you're showing right now from Blade, this particular variant is like the days of three days of darkness sort of type of scenario. Whereas they literally had that where the throat would open up like this and consume somebody and wrap around them. These are harder to cultivate for our scientists because they're incredibly difficult, from what I understand, to cultivate, because they have to be done in a certain temperature, a certain way, and in a certain perfect environment. These types are more rare now, but these are more, how can I put it? Come on, don't mind wiping. Okay, these are what came after. These are what came after Nosferatu. You had Nosferatu, then you had Azil's type, where he was a fusion between Orion and Nosferatu. Then you had this one where they did this wraparound technique. It goes back to the plant type of thing where they can wrap around and consume like this. It's the same DNA set, but our scientists, Nazi scientists, have an incredibly difficult time cultivating this particular type. And I seem to have, like, I'm seeing these visions in my head, whereas they made some short ones and they made some tall ones, whereas they could literally send, come on, brain, they could literally send some of these creatures into areas where they could consume children, consume people, and cause some of the missing persons cases as well. Because they would consume the bones, they would literally absorb all the bones and the genetic traits of that person, where they could literally, some variants of this could take on the persona of the original person, like a mimic. They could literally do that. This, they touched on this in the movie Mimic years ago, where it was an insectoid species.
Yes.
Where they would mimic humans after a while. This is what they had. I feel that the scientists had to start over with this virus and let it mimic our capabilities from the ground up. Just like how the AI became stupid after a while at the times of ancient Egypt, and had to learn language all over again. That's where you got cartouches and things like that from, where they had to relearn. So they had to take this particular variant and let it relearn how to assimilate humans all over again. But because it was so old, things got lost during the ages of history. Certain variants got lost to the ages of history, very much like you were saying all the other old vampires got burnt. I feel this took place in that, whereas they had to find some of these older variants. And I feel Hitler and the Third Reich, in their search for ancient Atlantean artifacts and in their search for magic, power, occult, paranormal, I feel they came across some of these variants in that day and age. But the one we know of as the vampire, the standard ones, like you see Lestat here, the standard one like this, and them, I feel this is an even further variant down the line, that not only was it more human-born on Earth here, it created its own adaptation. Whereas you have certain vampires, whereas they can walk in the sun but they get burned by the sun. And you have some that primarily live in caves because they can't be in the sun at all. And you have some variants that are out in the open, like some people are going to hate what I'm about to say here, like Germain. Germain is a major player in spreading.
Saint Germain, right?
Saint Germain, yeah, he is a major player. Count Saint Germain is a major player in spreading what people know of as what vampires are in the myth and legends. The one that Vlad Dracul had become was more of a earlier rendition that was reptilian, more reptilian based. Germain was one like how we would know like Lestat, and he went from Count Saint Germain to Jacques Saint Germain in 100-year period. If you look at the history, he had the vampire that turned him was oh, come on, don't mind wipe me now. Okay, somebody out there's really heavily hitting me here. So it's the one that turned him, ironically, was in a card deck that I used to own that was like more of an oracle deck, where he and his teacher were in the same deck. Even the one that the vampire that turned him is on the cover of the deck, and turned him, and he began to then take his sciences to a different level, his alchemic sciences, where then he figured out how to spread that variation of that vampire virus. And 100 years later, he appears in New Orleans, essentially killing a prostitute in the middle of the night. So they knew him as Jacques Saint Germain in New Orleans at that time. That's a time frame where that's the place now that you see Interview with a Vampire taking place in, is essentially New Orleans. That is accurate because Germain turned a number of different people and occupied, still even to this day, occupied parts of New Orleans. And vampire covens either exist out in nature, in different caves, different deserts, like down in Phoenix. There's a huge coven out in the desert area down right near where I'm living, from what I heard. And down in Mexico, it stretches down into Mexico. But Germain, even though when I channeled him years ago, he had some useful information about orgone pieces and the like, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, especially when I found out he became a vampire lord. The guy that was before him was essentially like Azil, that turned Germain. But when Germain turned, when he got bit, the variant of the virus appeared to where he was like Lestat, and he didn't exhibit any of that pale white look with the elven looking ears or anything like that. He looked like himself. Except if he did not get blood, he would start to get that pale white look. Isaac always joked before I figured out he was a vampire, and always called him the White Count Chocula all the time. So it's like, I never understood why he kept saying that until I looked into it further. But you can blame Germain for spreading that specific variant of the virus. From that point forward, you had other variants of it to where vampires, again, had more resistance to the sunlight, had more resistance to stakes and stuff like that, and became more adapted to some of the chemicals we began to get in our atmospheres after a while.
Don't go too much into that, because I'm sorry, don't go too much into the killing the vampires, because that's a different topic. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah, that's but Germain's role, what happened after during that time frame, you had other beings that came in, other galactic beings that came in to watch beings like himself. I did a channeling with the poet Voltaire at one time, and he told me that he was a cat being that came in that was watching beings like Germain and other vampiric beings that had appeared in history. And he said yes, some of the good ones, the good beings will be advisors to kings and queens, but so did vampiric beings, so that they could spread that agenda. You had the Orion agenda, which was intertwined with the vampiric agenda. Then you had beings like Voltaire that came in to try to change things in other respects as well. That they were kind of countering each other, kind of like in Highlander, where you had the good and bad immortals. It was essentially the same. That's the same story. And what I was told was that beings like Germain could not leave. They couldn't leave the planet, and they couldn't leave soul-wise. They would always be stuck here. What happened was I found out beings like Jermaine then after a while began to have more fun and more deviant behavioral traits that appeared later on, like with your vampire self, whereas she's still connected to her previous self, but then began to degrade over periods of time. And they had to be watched by somebody after that. They had to have somebody good watching them on a constant basis. And I feel Jermaine still has it. I feel Voltaire is still watching him somewhere in that. I wish I had the recording to reference to people about some of these immortal beings, because Moses has seen this, and anybody that was on our Patreon has seen these. That'll be on our subscription in time when we get that put back up. But yeah, there's something crucial I'm missing here. Okay, this is going to sound weird to people. Well, not given the fact that it's us, but years ago, I had this dream that came up, and this came to me last night while I was thinking about this. And I had this feeling that this dream was going to resurface as a memory or as something eventually later on. When I was a teenager, there was this dream that came to me where I was rising up out of a lake in a bed of snakes, or a pool, a bed of snakes that was connected to a larger lake. And this being was wrapped in gold, and had a golden helmet on, very similar to that image of me as Tarangle that you created. It was very similar, had a similar helmet, but the whole he was covered in gold, and came up out of the lake, or out of this pond, and the snakes pulled back this other self of his, this good version of him, and pulled it down into the bed of snakes, which I believe is representing a variant of the vampire virus now that I'm thinking about it. He came forward. It was basically the soul being pulled backwards and keeping the residual in the body. It was being pulled like this, like what you were describing with a fragment out of Kash's soul within the vampire form. It was the exact same thing, now that I think about it. What happened was this being that came forward out of this pool, which the water reflected this black gooish-like form, which is, again, artificial intelligence from the times of Atlantis and further back, millions of years, that assimilated multiple cultures in the galaxy, which people know of as the black goo. It was the harvester goo, Orion goo, whatever you want to call it. This being came forward, and I remember at the sight of this being, people began to scream. People began to just be horrified. And in this dream sequence, where then this being would go around and literally consume the people, he would, his fingers would jut out these claws, and he would literally be able to disassemble them from the atomic level and be able to absorb them on the atomic level. And I found out that story, when I looked into mythology, matched the emergence of the god Viracocha in the Lake Titicaca area. It matched that because they said he came up out of a lake, and in some variations of the story said he came up out of a bed of snakes. Years later, when I started looking more into the Viracocha mythology, this backs up the vampire connection with him and the infection with him, because I looked into him to see what he looked like now, more or less in the now. He looked like a xenomorph from the Alien movies. He had morphed into this big, like, mutated, like, reptilian,
like Torf Geo, the Abomination, right?
Yeah, exactly. And exactly, this is exactly what he turned into. And I about crapped my pants when I saw what he actually looked like in the modern day. So that being is very much still around. It's just that he looks like a xenomorph and this abomination type look. And this is what I saw him turning into. What I was seeing was a variation of my own soul utilized as an altar, as that form of Viracocha and anything he spawned. It was my version of me that, again, that was being pulled away from a vampiric form, very much like yours. So I had two vampiric expressions. That's what I found out. This Viracocha-like form, the reason there was this split was because obviously my soul is right here. So it's here now. This other form was soulless, but still had this connection to myself. That's why I was compelled. That's why I saw it from a 3D perspective. There was this echo, and I had to get rid of the echo, and that was the Oversoul's way of getting rid of that vampiric echo at that time. That's when I was 15 or 16 is when that popped up. And I remember that with crystal clarity all these years, and now I know why it was meant to say in this format. I didn't understand anything about virus variants or anything like that, or how the soul was pulled loose and part of it was anchored to that Viracocha altar form. And I didn't know it had anything to do with me. I thought I was looking at just history. I was looking at both. So I was looking at the actual history of that vampire variant. What he was like Azil, essentially the same thing. Was of that same variant, but had that like sardonic grin. And I remember the face looking around and seeing this crooked grin. But at the same time, he had the white complexion and he didn't have pointed ears. He had stubbed ears. At first, when I first was looking at this last night, I thought it was a variation of Tarangal that had been changed because the pointed ears and the gold helmet. I thought that's what that was at first. But no, it was a copy, a little bit of that DNA that was used as well. And I can guarantee you ISIS was involved in creating that variant. But it was a mix between, it was essentially like an altar where it was a mix between the vampire virus and some of that giant DNA and some of the snake and reptilian DNA. And those snakes were essentially consuming parts of the soul and separating the soul from that body. So that makes sense how you just said it, because that's exactly how I saw the Viracocha myth play out, the exact same thing. And that nobody's heard that before, because I only just came to that conclusion this morning, so as to what this actually was. So okay. And I can even feel my energy altering as I'm even talking. My hands are getting ice cold as I'm talking about it. So that means that's essentially the energy clearing from that. But I only came to that conclusion this morning as to what that was. Isaac told me when I slept on it, I would understand exactly during the show what that was that I was looking at all those years ago, and what I was being shown all those years ago. And it was the Oversoul wanting to push that out once and for all. And that's also what's been causing some of this ADHD type of behavior this morning, is because it was fighting to not be talked about. So that's so
I'm just going to go over I'm just going to go over my point of view or perspective on the variant types.
Yes.
So during my session with Akatosh and Kate, they disclosed, as well as Crumb also contributed, and Lornish and Celestine, they all contributed. So this is what I have. I corroborate with the different variants from the human man-made with the faction group of Hitler, the Nazis. Mm-hmm. However, I would like to also just point out that to go back in time where the ETs did tamper with genetic material from various quadrants of space throughout the multiverse, super omniverse. This was millions of, if not billions of years ago. This would be in around where the Phrobosi also were geneticists, and the Draconian reptilian lords were also geneticists, and the Orions had their own geneticists, and they all stole and shared genetic material and genotypes and combining it with other various codes to create biological warfare, right? So in essence, from what I understand, this was a biological contagion to win wars.
Yes.
With that said, and with that in mind, this took on a new manifestation on its own. So when a pathogen, whether its intentions are, it infects a host sentient being, right? Such as let's say a Orion or a reptilian. It creates variations of it based on the that individual perception of what that virus is doing to them. So if a virus is mutating you, accelerating your metabolic and creating something new, metabolism, and changing it from eating regular food into a blood-driven only source of nutrients. So according to my guides, they said that the reason why the blood is essential for these vampire variant beings is because the blood carries codes and harmonics, because the soul has, as I mentioned, is intertwined with the blood and organism of that biological vehicle. Mm-hmm. And what happens is that the energy that gets passed on into the biological system, including the blood, because it carries DNA and codes, it's kind of like a blueprint. And that blueprint is the blueprint of creation itself, because we all are a spark of creation. Mm-hmm. So what happens is that these beings, the virus, before I go into these beings, the virus, number one intention is to remove the soul from the biological host. Mm-hmm. Therefore, you get what is deemed a corpse, right? Because what happens is these regressive negative beings they worship death, and they worship these types of ideologies and constructs and concepts. So to have a soulless body is ideal for these types of biological warfare. That way it's easily manipulated, as well as it will do the bidding without any type of empathy, sympathy, compassion, all that comes from the soul, right? Which is source. Source is the soul.
And it cuts off the
without
source code.
Without source/soul, the body is just basically a walking husk that could be programmed and manipulated as such as a puppet type of ideology to do whatever it needs to do to be part of a warfare. Mm-hmm. So over time, it infects and it mutates and it evolves, right? So there's variants where they're born vampires that were either fabricated or synthetic biological systems that gave birth to an infected host and now created a new entity that could also either could be sterile or it could reproduce and creating new variants of vampires, depending on the species in terms of if it's galactic or if it's on-planet humanoid. Then you have variants that are demonic/viral hybrids. That could be any entity, whether off-planet or on-planet Earth. Mm-hmm. And then they're a mixture between an infected virus and demon, human or ET, whatever. And then you get into the biological test tube babies that is happening in our current now moment by this underground black ops groups that are using the blueprint of the vampire and creating it, like you said, Chris, super soldiers, right? Mm-hmm. So they're soulless beings that have all the psychic abilities of super soldier, all the strength of a super soldier, combining it with these vampire demonic hybrids. Mm-hmm. So then because the reason why they're super is because they're being infused and imbued by these various tools to make them a super power weapon.
Yeah, and they made werewolf soldiers the same way too. It's the same difference.
Yeah. So what they do is what this galactic war, because this is really what it really boils down to. It's not really a cabal thing. It's an ageless war that has been happening for millions, if not billions, of years.
And the cabal just got pulled into
right.
it.
Yeah, the cabal is just like an earth thing but if you go beyond the cabal construct, it's a galactic war it's an ageless war that's been going on for fucking forever. And then we just get caught up in all of it But now you and I are aware, and we know the bullshit, right? And we know all of these origins of how it all stems from. And there's not a coincidence why you and I are getting these downloads of our past life vampire stuff, because it all ties into this fucking war bullshit, right? So this is what gets me so mad, because once I've come to realization of all of this and putting the dots together, I'm like, then, you know, this is what, then why go through all of this? But then again, it's only a surface area, a layer of our perception reality, because there's multi-dimensional layers that are higher levels where they don't have these war problems, such as the Torah. They live in and Crom and they're outside of these parameters of what we're going through, or what the galactic war is all about, because they live above that. And a lot of other ETs live above that type of perception, where they can't be, they don't get impacted by what happens with these galactic wars and this bullshit. But this galactic war that's never ending, it's also being audited, it's also reconciling, because like you said, Chris, and the Galactics say all the time, nothing is forever. It has to come into some type of audit, or balance, because if it's not balanced, then that means no one's learning anything, right? So of course the Galactics, the humans, the vampires, we all have to fucking learn something, because nothing is forever. You don't repeat the same mistakes over and over again, although it's feeling like that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's like essentially circling the toilet forever. You can't do it, because it has to evolve. It has to grow in some way. See, humans are getting involved in this, essentially in this war, even though, some of the Galactics sometimes would say to me in the past, oh, this isn't your war. I said, yeah, it is, because we lived it then. It is just as much ours as it is theirs, because we're one and the same. And,
we're the products of a war. One thing I also want to get at is in terms of another concept of a variant is the every average day human variant. And vampire does not only mean extraction of the blood or feasting on the blood or manipulating blood to create other variant vampire variants. It also is an energetic. There are vampires that could suck your soul energy, and people do it too, unknowingly or consciously, whether they know it or not. They suck and feast on your soul, and they create chaos and turmoil within a workspace, a family situation, or an altercation in the public, various situations and circumstances, and they feed off that energy. And then the cabal, they do it on a more of a mass, where they create certain laws and societal status quo types of civilizations to harvest and farm various etheric energies that come from the fucking soul individually, but they do it in extracting massive. So that way they have a population to farm these types of etheric energies, whether it's polarized good and bad. So, the concept of a vampire is just to feed off the fucking soul, either biological or energetic. That's all it is.
There's both types. Yeah, and also the type where the soul is extracted. It's like in the show Angel years ago, where you saw that he gets his soul back, and he's able to control the vampire to pretty much almost a balanced extent. It's still a demon within him, but he's able to control it more because he's got the soul back. James Master's character Spike was like that as well, where he gets the soul back, and it's the same difference. And also back to the more sacrificial aspect of the Cabal and the Satanic cult, whereas they would feed an innocent person to these reptilian types, these more big horned reptilians that live in the tunnels. Those are seen as more of a vampiric type too. They got that same grin, they got that same pin teeth, they got all of it. They're essentially a vampiric variant of the original Draco as well. Some of them can be more feral, like the crocodilian types, that they eat children and all of this. The same as, say, that vampire that opens up its face like that. It's something very similar. The Draco completely fall under this same vampiric category. Always have, because they do it energetically and they do it blood-wise as well. So they do both. Yeah.
You did mention Count Dracula, and I did mention to you during the Halloween special between you and Aubrey, you mentioned Count Dracula, and I think I replied on YouTube. So my understanding of Count Dracula, he is a hybrid of reptilian and of course other codes, and I think you mentioned that. However, this being was the reason why Hollywood has such an obsession to him is because it's an actual real being, and and as I mentioned, the immortal aspect of it is because that these beings have the ability to self-regenerate and control their aging process. So that's why they are forever in terms of I'm being mind wiped here. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that Dracula, the historical recording, Vlad the Impaler, that's a true story too. But I think that what Hollywood tried to do was try to put a historical figure to give it a face, but what the actual Dracula is a reptilian lord. He was a warlord, very similar to Azil. He was very similar to Azil. In terms of rank, I think Azil is higher. They come from different factions, but they all serve that one same god. But Azil is a higher rank, and he's older than Dracula. Azil is not. He's an. I would consider Azil an ET. He's not an Earth. Dracula is an Earthbound vampire. I don't know if he was born a vampire or made. What is your thoughts?
I feel, it's just like with within the Elder Scrolls universe with the different variants of vampires as well, like the vampire lords and the regular ones that have the different clans set up. I feel it's very similar to that. With Dracula specifically, I always saw this weird dualism when I looked into him. Of course, you had the reptilian variant that was like Azil. Again, I feel he came after Azil, like what you said. Azil's much older. But because he was turned in the time frame that he was trying to fight the Turks, I believe he was infected around that time frame that people know him as Vlad the Impaler. I feel that the download I'm getting is that there was a split. This is why you're seeing two different things here. Something split off from him when the soul was lost, very much like I saw the Viracocha thing, and it formed its own different being after a while. It formed people now. Okay, let's see if I can bring this through correctly. People that are descended from Vlad Dracul, they have this affinity, complete affinity for him, like he is like a deity. I've noticed some of his descendants and the people basically almost worship him. What is being gotten is very similar to what I call inborn DNA, whereas as all the attention is given, they become almost like a worshipped being. This is different than Vlad's original soul. So there are two different things going on here, where the soul sometimes channels in and talks to people. I've seen this happen even in recent days, where people will have brought through Vlad and not talk like how I usually do. They're just bringing in messages. And then you have this vampire that is bound, the soul is connected to through entanglements, that is a much larger vampire lord. If I'm bringing this through correctly. And so you're picking up on two completely different things. The original soul of the man, and you're picking up on this vampire.
I totally agree. So Hollywood was basically disclosing. That was a disclosure.
Yeah, and that's essentially it. The Orions created this way so that the soul was always around to fuel the body and to keep the vampire, stable and alive. But then you have the soul that was bound into this weird entanglement. You kill the vampire, you get rid of the entanglement, unless you set that soul free. It's different than the angel version, where he brought his soul back in willingly into the body, or the Spike version and the Buffy type version. This is more like how the Orions, or the Evens, when they genetically alter someone, they will change their personality a little bit, and they will take and supplant a partial reptilian consciousness into them, and they have the original soul just kind of tagging along like a ghost. And it's kind of like almost like this weird dualism. I've seen other relatives of mine that had that very same setup. It's a variation of the vampiric virus, because that person then becomes this almost like this black hole where they start to absorb energy from others. And they're programmed not to always know this. This is essentially what the stage down from this created what I call inborns. And they have vampiric reptilian consciousnesses that came from Atlantis. They're born into a certain this body. They're grown in a tube. and those cells begin to absorb any sort of attention. Any sort of attention empowers them. Good, bad, ugly, all in between, it doesn't matter. They're one of the worst types of agents out there because they're this other stage down variation from what Vlad Dracul was. There's this other stage down, but they have a human, complete human variation like Lestat. They look like everybody else. And they have this reptilian consciousness, whereas that vampiric virus then was bound with human DNA in a tube, essentially, somewhere. And that's another type of agent other than assassin that the Cabal uses, are inborns. And inborns are the worst type because they're complete chameleons. You don't know what they are until they've committed a particular set of actions, like they either draw a huge crowd like a guru, or they begin to gaslight somebody into behavior against them in some fashion. And even though that's more narcissistic type behavior, this is a stage up from, you have handler, you have almost a handler, and you have narcissist, handler, and then you have inborn vampire cults up this stage, up further up the ladder here. But inborns are some of the worst agents to come across, because you don't know that you've had them around you for a long time. They could be vampiring your energy off of you. You'd never know it for years. You could be feeling weak around these people, or you could be getting angry and frustrated around these people. You don't understand why. They control crowds. They'll get crowds to aim towards them. Hitler kind of fell into this variation a little bit, whereas he grew this big crowd around him. That was reptilian telepathy that did that too, mind you, but and Orion telepathy and all that, and dark magic from a group in Cassiopeia. I call them Darshenian. They're wizard types. They're a dark wizard type from Cassiopeian star system. But you have the inborns. They will get people to also, like, if you were to strike out against them legally or what have you, or on Facebook or what have you, they will always make you look like the bad guy, like a narcissist would. But they're like a narcissist on acid, essentially, is what it is. And they absorb any type of attention, adoration, bad publicity, good publicity. They thrive off of it. And they're essentially an energy vampire that essentially could become, like, again, like a guru in society, or like somebody that is famous, or even false insider. They could go into any form of crowd or anything. I found out there's 150 million of them worldwide, of inborn vampiric beings with the reptilian consciousness in them. I think since I got that number, I'm thinking the number has gone down a little bit since that time, but that's essentially the breakdown of that type of agent. That I've run across many of them. They're a pain in the ass to come across, because you cannot reason with them. They will always get the favor of the crowd. They will always turn the crowd against you in some fashion or other. So it's best to, if you ever discover one of them, leave them alone, either online or in person. Leave them alone. Yeah. Because they will get everybody to turn on you in 2 seconds. So you do not want to even engage. That's what it goes back to, that programming. You don't want to engage the basic programming that people have been infected with, because it'll turn right back on you. You don't, as tempting as it is to go after some stupid person for saying something stupid, it's best to disengage from it, because that's a simpler form of this. Just imagine that, like, if you run into a person in public that just doesn't get it, or they're trying to make you look like a bad guy or something, like a narcissist or something like that, or just a plain stupid person you run into in public. Imagine that completely 100,000 times what this was. They would always show themselves as a victim, always gaslight some sort of abusive behavior towards them, or some angry behavior towards them online, and make it look like they're the victim all the time. So it didn't dawn on me until just now that inborns fall right in line with the vampiric infection. It's a I will say a lesser form of it, but it's a mutated, variant version form of the vampire virus. Very difficult to root out. When people say they're living amongst, like, somebody that I would consider to be an inborn, I'd say move, get away from them, because they. I've tried to alter this. I've tried to go at it head on with my capabilities, and it's extremely difficult, because you're lending attention. See, in the attempt to fix it, you're lending attention. Therefore, it empowers. So that's why that variant is so tricky, because any form of attention, even to resolve or repair it, empowers it. And so it's a very annoying variant of this virus. The others don't tend to do that. I believe the Orions created and our government created this variant so that they would have the perfect agent in society that would garner the attention, but then also bash somebody trying to stop them in some way. They would always be the interference runners. They would always be the ones to get the attention towards them all the time.
Yeah. What you're describing in terms of these unborns, has infiltrated society throughout the ages, thousands of years, and it has impacted and shaped modern society to what it is now. Hopefully humanity will see through the veil of lies and deception and see things for what they really are. Is it okay if we go into How to Kill a Vampire lore?
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to clarify the mythos, lores, and legends of How to Kill the Vampire. We'll start with you, and then I'll go into my backstory of what I learned. So what are your thoughts on How to Kill the Vampires? What tools are used? What weapons are used? Is it affected, non-affected? And where did this myth and lore come from in terms of these killing tools?
Well, I find it interesting. Like I believe it was in Bram Stoker's Dracula, where it was Van Helsing and Harker that ended up killing Dracula by cutting his head off and setting him on fire. So I believe that is the actual way of killing them. Now, the stake to the heart, and it depends on the variation of the vampire. The stake to the heart will either stun or be ineffective, because why would you stab the heart? They have no soul. It makes no sense.
Exactly.
And the mirror thing makes hardly any sense either, except in a metaphoric sense, where if they could see themselves, truly see themselves, they wouldn't be vampiric anymore. They would have a soul. So
exactly.
That's why I put mirrors on the outside of the house, because the beings have to look at themselves as they go. As they go around the house. That's why certain demons don't like to look at themselves, because they see the ugliness. So that's the premise of it. The Japanese and the Chinese came up with that particular method, but I believe it stems from things like this particular subject. The way you kill one of these beings, and this goes for Orion Lords, essentially is what the stage up from Aziel. You essentially cut their head off and burn them with etheric fire. That's what I do when I come across them. I use purple and silver flames and golden flames and such like that to confine them. What happens though, if you were to run across one of these beings and just simply cut their head off, they literally
Chris, you got cut off for like 10 seconds or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, of course we're telling how to kill these beings. So yeah. It's essentially the same across the board with Draco, with Vampire Lords, with Orion Lords. The head comes off. That's universal amongst all of these, the vampire variants. Head off. What happens in Draco's case, they erupt energy from a nano core that's in their system and erupt soul shards out, and they go back to the people of which they stole it from. And if it's a whole soul, it just goes to the afterlife.
You got cut off again. You got cut off. What did you say?
Oh, I was talking about how when you kill a Draco, it disrupts the nanocore that's in their system, and when you cut their head off, and it explodes the soul energies out, and it goes back to whom it belongs. And if it's a whole soul, it goes to the afterlife. So it goes to the spirit world. But with Orion Lords, if you cut their head off, they have a booby trap in place, whereas it spreads the virus on an etheric level, because there are such things as etherical viruses and venoms and contaminants as well, where then it can grow into the original personality of the being, the very same as the vampire virus as having a copy of itself.
And we're not saying all Orions are bad or Sirians or reptiles are bad. This just the dark regressive ones is what we're trying to talk about, not all.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe in carte blanchely labeling every one of them. That's true, Moses. I'm glad you brought that up. But with one of these guys, I made the mistake etherically walking up to one of them and lobbing its head off, where I was like 2 inches from the being, and it did this weird splatter effect where it splattered onto me, and I had to have a friend scoop out these pieces that were trying to grow into a new being inside of me. It was really creepy. As well as also this cat race of them. This is another vampiric race that hasn't been touched on. It's a variation of Lyran, whereas they have a venom in their teeth like you would expect a vampire to have in their fangs to spread the virus. They're a Black Panther type of them that does black magic, black sacraments, and also when they bite the person, also infects them with an etheric virus. I had a dream whereas I was killing one of these beings where I was ripping the jaw open like that, but my hands touched the fangs when I did this. And this group of positive Lyran beings came in, ran me over to a computer and put my hands on a computer panel. And the AI said had viral contagion number, vampiric, and just said some numbers after it. And they said, you've been infected. We now have the cure for this here, And that was in the dream state where that happened. So you can get infected by it in the dream state, but the head cutting off is the standard. Fire is another one. You have to burn the body completely, or you have the viral contaminants that are in the dead body itself, even the headless body. You have to use fire. Fire is a universal cleanser in that way. Always applies. Silver, colloidal silver even works on this. This works for werewolves and for vampires. There are vampire variations of werewolves too, where the two sides are combined. The Antiquan DNA and the vampiric elven type DNA, they've been combined into some weird variations. We can get into werewolves in a different episode. I'm just saying that they're similar and they've been combined on a multitude of levels. The silver works on all manner of vampiric beings. Wolfsbane, which also works on werewolves, works on vampires. Verbane or Verbania and Belladonna Nightshade work on vampires and werewolves. And other demonic etheric versions of those, and different ghouls and variations of those. Amber, frankincense, and myrrh work on vampires and dark werewolves as well. I use that on a regular basis with what I call sorcerer traps. That's these guys right here. I just added malachite into the tip of that one, but this is the same here. And this has iron in there as well. The amber keeps the iron from corrupting, and the iron shreds the different variations of these etheric contaminants through it, and then the amber, frankincense, and myrrh cleanse it. So this is why I called it the sorcerer trap or magic trap, but this works on vampires as well. The primary ways to kill any variant of vampire: cut the head off, burn the body. You can even douse it in liquid silver, the land around in liquid silver. Verbania, Vervain, Belladonna Nightshade, and Wolfsbane. Like I said, we can go into werewolves some other time, but I was told that after a vampire's body was extinguished, and I'm even seeing this in front of me now, where a vampire's body is being burned, and I'm seeing it on this island where I'm looking out over this lake, and I'm seeing this cave opening, and I'm seeing this man or a knight or something burning this body. Afterwards, he's sprinkling vervain on the ground, and I'm seeing him plant some plants in the places where the ashes were, and that's vervain or verbania, live plants of that. They did that in Romania on the graves of people they suspected to be vampires. So they did that quite prolifically. And I put vervain in some of my land clearing liquids along with Belladonna Nightshade and Wolfsbane. The vampiric entities that I was coming across, including dark dogmen and everything, hated when I made this liquid, hated it, because I put a silver coin at the bottom of each jar as I made it. And I had other things like sages and lavenders in there as well. But the whole premise of what I'm trying to say is fire, then liquid, and then also the plant material and the growing of new life will prevent that bonding between the original soul. Okay, and I'm getting this correctly. The bonding of the original soul and this vampiric form that sets that original soul free to go to the spirit world at that point, and adding in all of these elements. If anybody, which is actually more common than you think, vampires can walk next to you on the street, you'd never know. Just like in New Orleans, like what I said. Would you have known Lestat was, or one like him would ever be there? No. Would you have known Germain was in the old quarter? No. You wouldn't know that. So we pay New Orleans a visit, I'm going to go through with some of my liquids and just drive these vampire cults absolutely crazy. But when I go through there, we're going to eventually check that place out. So I'll go to where I know Jermaine is hanging out and put the liquid. But that's just me being an ass to them. But that's the Triangle side of me doing the monster hunting, or the Witcher type side. But the premise is head off, fire, silver, and all those plant materials tends to obliterate a vampire's genetic essence and the mutated viral essence completely from the planet at that point. That's how I understand it, how to thoroughly get rid of it. That goes with Orion Lords, that goes with the Nosferatu types, that goes for any of the types. There could be other plant variants in there that I don't know about that could fix this too, but those are the ones I know that work on all the viral variations, is that, along with the silver. I know that was long-winded, but that's the download I just got on that. So, and I could see this. I could see this whole lake with the in Romania, I think, or Transylvania. I'm seeing a vampire being burned. So yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I corroborate with you on all of that. All of it is true. I just want to reflect on a story or download I received 2 days ago from a past life self, Ananaxel, also a witcher or demon hunter, but she started off as a shaman in Pakistan. Just a brief overview. She was recruited by the Cabal to become and groomed to be a black magician. And then she left the Cabal and became a demon hunter, exorcist, witcher. And what she shared with me the other day was that she encountered Hecate in her lifetime. So this was like 1930s, 40s. And I believe, during the Cold War, because I know that's what she shared with me. She said that during a war-torn area, I'm getting the word Warsaw, Poland, there was a time where the vampires infiltrated that part of Poland because they Hecate's coven, they prolificated and they love that area of death energy, the warmongering, war-torn area, because that frequency, it kind of like boosts their energetic beings. So they revel in that energy. And what happened was that Ananaxo was tasked and hired to eliminate these beings. And what she said was to me that she used a mixture of melted iron and silver, melted and grounded amber, and botanicals include frankincense and myrrh and other botanicals. And what she did was, there was this chalice that she had blessed. And then what she did was, inside was this mixture. And then when they do the holy water thing, I don't know what it's called, but it's that little spoon that when you shake and you splatter it. So she would splatter.
Yeah.
She would splatter the mixture to these vampires. She carried. She's not a warrior whatsoever. She just became a badass person. But what happens was that she would shoot them first with silver bullets, and then if they come too near, she had dual swords, so she would like slice them or chop their head off with these silver swords. But how she finished the job, the cleaning aspect of it was to sprinkle this liquid, and then she would use her magic to summon the cosmic fire. And I think I mentioned this to you. She would summon this cosmic fire, this same fire you and I destroyed the serpents that was inside of us. Yeah. And she would ignite because the liquid substance is kind of like gasoline. So it would ignite them, and then it would burn like charred. And that's how she would kill these vampires. And then that word got around, and then Hecate confronted Ananaxel. They didn't know they were an expression of the same oversoul, Akatash, until they your soul will know, okay, you look like, it's like looking at a twin. but you
Yes,
don't
yes.
you don't look alike, but you're looking at your twin. So what happened was that Anunnaki, they had a fight. She chopped Hekate's head off. She blew her arms and limbs off. She ignited Hekate, but Hekate was able to regenerate, and she was immune to Anunnaki's attacks. So they had a truce because of Akatash, because we are the although Hekate no longer has a soul, they had a truce, and she didn't kill Anunnaxel. But Anunnaxel got killed by the Cabal elite who was targeting her, like a black ops group. They killed her. So, but it's interesting how the vampires that could easily kill Anunnaxel, but a fucking military group killed Anunnaxel.
Yeah, that always seems to happen that way. You avoid these more powerful beings, and it boils down to just human military and firepower that tends to get to you. There's something simpler than this that tends to get to you.
But Anunnaxel was tired of living that life, because a Witcher's life, you watch the series, it's a very lonely life, and it's not that Anunnaxel wanted to be a witcher or a demon hunter, is because she did such heinous crimes as a black magician. She tried to find penance and redemption through fixing and eliminating her co-creation, because a lot of those demons that she created are actually the same demons that she hunted.
Yeah, exactly. What I find, that's what I find interesting when she turned kind of Witcher. You could say that this is what the show Witcher and the books were based on, because not only was it a Russian super soldier that was former, I believe, Spetsnaz that actually created Geralt of Rivia in The Witcher, but gave him the cat eye effect, which I thought was reptilian at first, but it's like he was created to have the cat eye effect, which he looks very similar to some of these Orion beings. Just good. He's just benevolent. And he's able to track and do all that, see the different footprints and see all the different blood and everything. He can literally smell it, see it, all that. Well, I see that as, I think it's very, very interesting that he was also based off the very writer who created him. I cannot remember the man's name, but he based Geralt of Rivia off of himself as having been a super soldier. This is also, I feel he was also in the Black Projects, where he was altered not only with vampiric DNA, but he was altered with, this is my opinion and my intuition telling me this, where he was altered nanotech wise to have all these different mutagens and different capabilities, like Geralt of Rivia can add to himself and have his abilities that he has, where they can copy those sets of abilities onto any Witcher that they create at that time. And the ones that don't, the adaptation doesn't work, they die. But the ones that does work on, they live for long periods of time. Like Geralt of Rivia, I believe, is like between 400 and 500 years old. So, it takes it takes the longevity gene in there, but not the bloodlust gene. That's kind of how they justified it in that. But I believe Anunnaxel is essentially the same as Geralt of Rivia.
Yeah, the movie Witcher, and you were one of the same beings, because we're all super soldiers. We just use magic and psychic abilities, as well as AI technology and other components that make up a super soldier. In essence, we're just super soldiers that happen to be magic users. That's all it's the difference, but it's all the same thing.
Oh yeah, that is definitely all the same thing. As Tarangal, I hunted different monsters and everything too. So yeah.
One thing because I'm about to say this and I'm getting interfered. My throat is getting froggy.
Yeah, too.
Anunnaxel said that Hekate is still walking the earth right now.
Yes.
And so as Azil. Azil too is also alive, and they're walking the earth. They're not technically underground. They're just, what do you call the faceless, no name beings? They orchestrate behind the scenes, and I don't.
Oh yeah, they're essentially just faceless ones where you don't really necessarily see what they look like. They don't walk among. They do walk amongst us, but they don't. They don't have a face in our society. And I want to tell you something. Years ago, again, this pops up. This is long before we met. Now I'm getting mind wiped. They don't want me to compare this one now. This is probably those two that are doing this. But I have a feeling Azil and Hekate are behind this, because I ran into when I asked to see, we were looking at the name Hecate associated with the moon. We were looking into that AI consciousness at the time, me and Joanna were. And we saw there were fragments of multiple consciousnesses, remember, because it was a soul trap, essentially. That isn't functional anymore, but it has a way to project things down on the earth and have, it's basically a mind control device mixed with our 5G devices here. What happened was when I asked, I said, I want to see what the original form of Hecate looked like, because I saw her consciousness was essentially associated with the moon. So I figured, okay, I want to see what this being looked like. And I saw this Nosferatu looking woman that showed up and was just very angry that I disturbed her, and extremely angry. And I thought I had nailed her back then, but apparently I just pissed her off because there was a lot of blowback that came with that particular encounter.
Does she look like the illustration? Does she look does she look like the illustration I made?
Yes, exactly like the illustration you made, except sometimes her skin would shift from like a blue to a white, but it's exactly the same. And and I knew I was looking at something familiar. I knew I was looking at a being that was familiar, but now I know that what I was finding familiar was more Akkadish than Hecate, but it was because of the Torah connection. But it was I was picking up the residuals there. So
yeah, she's not a Torah anymore, but she still has the residual. So you're right.
Yeah, I was picking up on that. She's not necessarily bound to you completely. She just has residual copies and echoes there. So she's not entangled to you at all. It's just that
right.
I happened to see that years ago. We had this closet over at my mother's house where I kept the door open and had a mirror on it. And that's where I saw this being step through. I'm looking at this being going, damn, you're ugly. I'm looking at this being, and I knew exactly I was looking at a vampire. So yeah.
Oh, one more thing I want to point out, which is important. Now, like Akatosh, the Oversoul, can easily put a stop or terminate our rogue expressions or expressions that have taken a life on its own that are not for humanity's highest good. But then there is a fine line between that, because now you're tampering into other things. What I'm trying to get at, Chris, is that Torah Akatosh is the Oversoul, but if ever Torah Akatosh decides to die, there's a greater Oversoul that oversouls her.
Yes.
And the Oversoul that oversouls that all leads to Source, because it's we're all Source, right? So what I'm trying to get at is that although Akatosh could put an end to Hecate right now, I believe that the Torah looks at all of our expressions like a scientist, and each expression is it's a petri dish within a petri dish within a petri dish. It's all these organisms in that petri dish is our past life selves. So it's allowed to play out, it's allowed to evolve, and it's also allowed to take on its own life outside of its host body. Because again, this is about an experiment, but then expression is to put things in fucking perspective. I'm like, how far are we going to experiment and become multiple expressions? Because we can't do this forever. We have to say,
you can't circle the toilet. Yeah.
Because we've done it all. How many expressions do you want? How many experiment variations do you want it to go through? More suffering, more trauma, because it all leads to the same thing, suffering and trauma. But when do we say stop? Stop with this experiment of Akatosh. Because that's what I am. This is the type I am. And maybe I'm the rogue expression, but in a good way. Because I'm like, fuck it. I don't want to suffer anymore. And I don't think you should be trying to create more expressions. That way you can come up with new ideas and new ways. No, girl. Didn't we not learn enough? We learned
enough about pain and suffering, you know. Yeah. Ironically enough, this also came up in the show Moon Knight when this was on, whereas Ethan Hawke is playing this character where he's the embodiment of this Egyptian god that essentially is the essence of the heart and the feather. You know, whether you're worthy to be alive, whether you're worthy to die or live, or you're a good person, sort of thing. And essentially, he's the embodiment of that. And he makes he says a line in the show that's very apt for this. Now, he said, he said the god that he worships, this female reptilian god that's in it. He says even one of her own avatars betrayed her, and I thought that was actually quite an interesting statement, where he said one of his own avatars one of her own avatars betrayed her, meaning not seeing her essentially murdering people in society to keep society balanced. It was not a way to do it, causing more pain and suffering and trauma and all this other stuff. One of her own avatars revolted against her. And I'm thinking, you guys just nailed it with that. You nailed it when I saw that. And Moon Knight is supposed to be an avatar of another Egyptian deity.
And you know, exactly. And all of us, in a way, this ties into the Galactic Interstellar Council show topic yesterday, because although we're all auditing and trying to come into self-realization of who we are, but again, we're distracted with how society is being portrayed, on how society has to change first. Government needs to change. No, individual people need to come to terms of who and what they are and what they want out of their lives and their next life. Because at the end of the day, we all come here to experience something, right? But then we as people have to change first before society and government change. The government body, it's a tool to keep you in a status quo. They're not there to ensure your individual evolution or de-evolution. They're just there because that's what they're designed to be there, to maintain and perpetuate the status quo. Mm-hmm. As your own responsibility as an individual experiencing the holographic society is to come to terms and realization that you no longer want to participate in it, or you want to continue it because your soul wants to. But then again, there's a fine line, like what I'm fucking going through. Akatash needs to stop with this experiment because it's gone far too long, and I don't want to come back here and do it all over again.
Exactly. Just like my oversoul needs to cut the crap too, where I found out that not Tarango, but the oversoul beyond that basically said, we're going to come into society and have a bunch of shit take place, and we're going to take that, transmute this, and then we're going to better society this way. It's like, no, I don't think I want to do it that way. I know as I walk the earth, I'm beginning to change things by millimeters and centimeters, as I've said before. You know, I don't need to learn any more about pain, suffering, targeting, and repeating loops around the toilet bowl. I don't need to learn that anymore. So my oversoul needs to cut it out too. So. That's just been happening lately, you know, with what I told people about the whole Vimeo fiasco. It was a false platform we were on, and now we're going to become more sovereign as a result of that. So it was actually more of a blessing in disguise, as Viking would say. But at the same time, it was one of those gun in mouth moments when that happened. But it was, it's usually some of these more heart wrenching ones.
Yeah, because your soul decided too. They are perception that they need to do XYZ in order to achieve XYZ. But at the end of the day, because they're stuck in that loop, very similar to Doctor Strange, where he had Dormammu in that loop, that time loop. So our soul are also in a perception loop where they're repeating the same experiences and experiments, but never knowing when to stop, or they already found what they're looking for in terms of truth, in terms of solutions, in terms of whatever it is. They already found it. There's no need to make the repeated hypothesis or experiments because you already solved it. You already solved the fucking puzzle. You already won the fucking game. Why repeat the game? Why repeat this puzzle?
Why getting embroiled in that game?
I'm a reminder to Akatash, my oversoul, like, girl, stop. We need to, okay, you won the game. Let's go home. I want to go home.
Yeah, it's exactly. Here's another good aspect of this, where there was a show on years ago called Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda, and they come across this artificial intelligence of one of the warships that his avatar was a really good person that ended up bonding with Andromeda's, avatar. They fell in love. Well, the oversoul in this instance was this AI that had gone insane over the last 300 years that had been roaming the galaxy. And the Avatar actually held the same, the core beliefs what the original Oversoul was supposed to keep. So therefore, it was trying to, the Oversoul or the big main AI saw him as more of an infection. Said, no, this is how I want to be. No, you're this. And he's like, no, we're changing things right now. We're going to what we're supposed to be. And I feel that was a beautiful example of that. This goes into some of the Michael and Jesus territory too. But it's whereas you have an Oversoul that may have become infected, then you had another being coming into being that brought light back into the whole dark puzzle of it. So even though I don't trust
Chris,
Michael, what was that?
Sorry, Chris, I'm glad you mentioned Jesus. I would like you to just go into a little bit more clarity, because I know I have my own idea because I channeled Jesus, but could you just give me a backstory of how he was infected with this vampiric virus? Why was he infected? And where is he now with cleansing this virus?
Okay, this goes in line very similarly to what I just said about that character from Andromeda. Very, very similarly, actually. Started out as the being known we know as Enlil, and also Yahweh in the Old Testament. What had happened previous to that is you had Anu, Enki, and Enlil, and they were on. Anu didn't get completely infected. That's Odin. Enki and Enlil became infected with this vampiric virus when the Orions invaded this system, and their personalities began to start to change a little bit over a period of time. Enlil's especially, he became more of a Luciferian figure in history, whereas the generator of the Great Flood, essentially killing off trying to kill off all the giants and all the titans and all that in history. As time went on, there was a part of Enlil that began to go back to pre-viral state. Enlil was more hit with the original vampiric strain, more like Azil or the ones previous to him. It was very much like that. And what took place at that time is Enlil began to create like religious constructs and iconography, and then Enki went into more of the banking and went into more monetary. And I didn't see too much more of infection with Enki, except he became Zeus, who then engaged in the Olympian Titan conflict after a while. Enlil became more of like an earthly commander after a while too, and began to manipulate religious, some of the more religious indoctrinated beliefs after a while. He did this on other planets too. I found out after his infection. I saw signs of him on the secret space program on a different planet where him and Isis had concocted other beliefs on other planets too. What happened here? There was a portion that was the soul that, again, it was the same, where you had the vampiric self and you had the soul here. The oversoul itself began to want the experience completely of this vampiric expression. This goes for Michael as well. Come on, don't leave my head. Okay, in the times of Jesus, when you heard of the stories, whereas Jesus was basically
speaking cut off.
Oh yeah, sorry. In the times of Jesus, when you heard the story of him in the cave talking to the devil, essentially, he was essentially seeing that inner reflection, that reflection of himself as the infected Enlil, Luciferian type figure. And what happened from that point forward is there was this took place after the Torah came in and introduced their energy vibration into that genome, into this other avatar form that Enlil had taken. This is why I thought they were two different people at first, but they were the same being that was bound. And the Torah figured, okay, this is a prime opportunity to try to eliminate this viral strain harmonically. So they came in and they attempted on Atlantis once before, but apparently a version of myself there under the control of ISIS said, fuck no, get away from me. but apparently Tarango was an asshole to them. But when Jesus came into it, they introduced into this new avatar this encoding, which began to create a conflict and began to try to reset Enlil's base codes back to what they were before the infection. And so there is a conflict. There is a satanic Luciferian figure, which was also Enlil and Lucifer were essentially the same as well from the AI infection. Part of him is also linked to Saturn, which contains the over totality of that infection. And so that's where you get Saturn, Satan. And what took place there is the Torah found that opportunity to reintroduce what the original core person was. And that's where you get some of the Jesus story. He wasn't really called Jesus. He was called Emmanuel at the time. And this was a human avatar that had this connection to the overall Enlil. At first, I thought it was Enlil in body, but that was too much of a ghoulish-looking figure to be compatible at that time. But it still got the infected vampire virus through. Okay, here we go. Through the etherics, and it became a physical manifestation after a while. And then the Torah stepped in, corrected this, and it began to create this schism. So this is why you're seeing two different sides. On top of that, there's a third component. The Roman Empire participated in the narrative by creating the entire Christianity narrative with Jesus dying on the cross. That part didn't really happen. They made that up. They made the whole Jesus story up. But the man that existed, Emmanuel, was the basis for what they created that off of. The man, I don't know how innocent or guilty he is of any of these crimes of Enlil. I'm not certain. Or if he did any of the vampiric deeds at the time. What I do know is he did help create some of the religious construct at the time at the behest of the Enlil consciousness. He would go around.
Chris, my past expression, the Torah expression during the time of Jesus, Homariel, wants to say something.
Of course.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
oh, you're fine. You're fine. Go right ahead.
It's pertaining to the virus. This is going to be something new to me. Hold on.
Okay.
It says that the Akatash, please filter this and come out and speak. To discuss the topic is copy. When I first encountered Jesus the man, as Torah of Moses perceivably acknowledges, I was a young man in my teens. I was held captive, slave, but I freed myself and sought out Jesus the man, the philosopher. When I encountered his encampment, he was just like everyone else. He had a group surrounding him, and they would discuss topics of the everyday, questioning and answering whatever came up in their hearts and mind. The religion that came after was a concept construct from an organized group that was a combination of the Roman Empire and the Sanhedrin. I just got a heart space.
Yes.
What led to the crucifixion was all propaganda from these two mentioned parties or groups. Political propaganda, which co-created a religion which was intended to control people.
Mm-hmm.
The virus that's mentioned in this discussion was indeed a manifestation of Jesus the man in combination with artificial intelligence and off-planet interference from a rogue, regressive, negative group. A culmination of all the mentioned was designed to trick and manipulate and control Jesus the man and his sole mission. The religion that spawned from these philosophical discussions of questioning and answering, critically thinking and voicing your thoughts to public was inverted and bastardized, creating constructs and confusion used for social political game. The virus that infected him was a culmination of all of the distress that his group, and his group was not 12 or 13, it was mass of people that came together in massive groups during a time of oppression and subjugation. Many were jailed, tormented, and killed because it was abnormal to think and speak freely. And they were demonized for their rational, critical thinking mindsets. Torf Moses came to realization that history is repeating itself now, that the very forces that existed in your perceived 2000 year is repeating itself in 2022. Jesus, the man that I knew, had many names. He did not have a specific disciple. They were just followers that just wanted to be free to think and speak. Again, it was the works of opportunists that took advantage of his influence and popularity and weaponizing this Jesus, the man, into something else. The virus was more of a guilt on Jesus' part, and all the propaganda and all of the various experiences he had to deal with, running here and there, hiding here and there. You see, what destroyed Jesus the man was his popularity, because the more you're popular, the more people want to take control and forge and shape something that's meant for good and use it against humanity. This is what happened to him. Jesus now is in a state of reconciliation, reconciling and working out and coming to terms that he was not at fault. And all of the guilt and shame and confusion, mostly confusion and miscommunication from people around him, both good and bad, took a toll on him and added to the complexity of these various viral contagions that transformed and mutated it into something else and him into something else. But again, Chris is right to say, a willing participant to all of it. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. I got a complete validation resonance on that.
Did that come in good? Did that come in good?
It came in perfectly. Came in perfect. Yeah. Yeah. That was making me sad too, because I know there's a couple points that I had a past life as the son of Nicodemus. He was a Roman soldier. And where I became Jesus's bodyguard at the time, where he went in with other disciples and was planning out some of what you were just channeling. And at the very end, Joanna had a lifetime there, where she saw herself and this man running through backyards and chicken coops and everything, trying to get away from reptilian soldiers and such at the time, or ones that weren't seen as such, but they were reptile. There was a reptilian lord in charge by the name of Molag. Everybody knows who Molag is, but he was basically.
You got cut off, Chris.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, of course I'm talking about this and it gets cut off. Okay. What happened was, at the time, there was a reptilian lord in charge by the name of Molag, and he would do a bunch of sacrificial junk in the background. Jesus's wife was unfortunately, she fell victim to this at the same time. He went down into Agartha, where he's still in isolation because of this dualistic crap that's hit him at the moment. He's in isolation from also the thought forms of humanity growing this virus out of proportion. Joanna has memories of putting him, along with other women, in a tomb-like area and cleansing his feet, the bottoms of the feet, and like the washing of the feet. This is where that comes up, the biblical washing of the feet comes from. This is where she gets the name Joanna from, because she found out one of these women was named that at the time. What had happened was she was trying to get him to that point where he could be in isolation. The Romans at the time didn't want him in isolation. They wanted to keep exploiting. They wanted to keep using this. And Molag wanted to keep using this at the time. So put him in isolation and made it so that the virus was cleansed enough to put the man down in Agartha in an isolated area. And this is what took place.
Chris. Jesus wants to speak. Could you talk to him?
Ooh, all right, let's see. I'm sensing an energy building. Let's see here. Yeah, because I have been rather miffed with him over the past several months because of finding out all this history and all this and finding out the from remembering the past life as Nicodemus's son, being the bodyguard to all this as well. So I've been a lot more judgmental than I should have had, because this spawned a bunch of satanic cult crap in history. And also several of Enlil's avatars are actually doing bad things right now, even in the modern day. There's a couple of avatars that have been spawned that are doing something, bad things now. So I've been fairly judgmental. So if there is still a good aspect, all right, let's see, to the highest good. My own, I want this filtered by True Benevolent Source Creator at this time. All right, what he's saying is, I encountered him about this was an encounter I had about 5 years ago. He's reminding me of something he told me then when I was in Nightdale with Joanna. When I was finding out that he was indeed Enlil and I was starting to discover some of these things. He told me I would have to present the story in its entirety in time. That I would have to say, basically say this, but without, how can I put it, without saying that any one version of it, it would have to be the entire totality of the story. I would have to learn it over the years and up to this point where we are speaking now. All right. Yes, I know you believe I know you know I'm skeptical of this, knowing what I know about Saturn, the moon connection, and the false St. Peter narrative, where that was more or less a soul trap type of thing to Saturn. I know that was linked to this. So forgive me for being skeptical, but I know you have a good avatar that is fighting this. So forgive if I do not want to channel, but I will talk to you this way. All right. So what is it that you came to say?
Akasha says he has a message.
Okay. Can you give the message, either give it to Moses or myself? Oh. Thank you for the heart space. Thank you. Oh, that was a strong one too. Thank you. So what is your message? All right. I will do this, but okay. I will do the channeling, but just be aware I know of all of this and do not wish to have any sort of entanglement or connection to the rest of that other garbage. Clear? All right. Yes, I know, Isaac. It's fine. I know. All right. Through this crystal, I have a piece of rose quartz down here. Appropriate. I don't have my big one in the house at the moment, but I got this. So let's see. Appropriate. Hat? Oh.
No, keep the hat on, Chris. Keep the hat on. Keep the hat on.
Oh. Okay. Somebody was trying to get me to remove my helmet there. So let's see. Okay. Okay. Isaac, who was that? I know interference. Okay. Let's see. See, that goes to show, folks, that I get tricked every now and again too. So only the true benevolence may enter. Yes, greetings. I will be brief in this. His assessments over the years about myself are true. Have I fibbed about my origins because of all that has taken place? Yes, it is the same comparison that he did with the show Andromeda, with the infected greater portion and the avatar remembering who he was. This is key. This is key. Yes, I have gone by many names, and I am not that which is the more Luciferian connected. This is the version of myself that was born as human. This is the, let's just say, the sin of God, meaning sin that was the spawn of Enlil. If you look in the histories, he had a son named Sin. He himself was picking up on this, meaning S-Y-N. This was also code for a vampiric viral coded DNA subset that then created the embodiment of what people know as guilt and sin and the capitulation to the church. Embodiment of sin, meaning, well, very much like the body of Christ with the host and the wine, body and blood of Christ, going back into the satanic and cannibalistic cult types. Sin, meaning sin against what was considered to be Yahweh or Enlil, or some people believed as God. And would they not see that side as God because of the immense power beholden? Yes, this consciousness is that of Lucifer as well, as he's discovered other avatars of Lucifer and Enlil avatarish beings that were integrated into the same oversoul. I myself am that antithesis in that way, not in an egocentric sense. Even now, he himself is skeptical of that particular message intention, which I do not blame him in the slightest. I even told him years ago that he would come across these things and then be disgusted by them and break away even from myself. And this is something that I cherish. I am not offended by this. This is something that I wanted, even if he believed that I was evil and connected to the rest of this. This is something that I wanted, and I want everyone to know this. That good things can come from those horrible circling of the toilet instances. This is me breaking out of that. I do not expect worship. I do not expect attention. I do not expect even to be named. I do not expect anything. But I am not the embodiment of what you know of as Jesus Christ, nor have I ever been. Do I expect prayers or worship? Absolutely not. Does the Enlil side? Yes. This is what made it over bloating, along with the intention from that vampiric contagion. Can a soul, oversoul, be audited and turned around? Absolutely. This, all the history that he has said, even in his private recordings, such as myself, instigating a lot of these religious beliefs. Yes, this is indeed true. But should people self-flagellate and feel guilty over things of this nature? No. Was I being controlled in even what you consider to be in the times of Jesus? Yes. Even in a time where he saw himself as the soldier being the bodyguard, was I planning all these things out with the Roman Empire? Yes, I was fully engrossed in this. But just know there are fragments of beings out there that have the original coded template of creation in them. Just know that even if it seems that the spark of life has been extinguished, there is still one little pilot light or molecule left of that can then be recopied across the face of creation, therefore rebooting and auditing itself. Do I expect to be called a consciousness like Christ consciousness, or the embodiment of someone's oversoul, as people like to compare Christ consciousness to oversoul? Absolutely not. As he's ascertained, it is your own oversoul missions and own oversoul's audits that are being conducted here, very much like yourself, Moses, with Atakash, basically saying no more of that experiment. I am saying no more to Enlil. This is that comparison. This is something that I wish to convey today. I will now disengage, but just know that there is good facets of myself, and even Michael, even though he's gone further down the toilet than myself. His worship is also to be avoided. I will not go into him. He himself here does not trust the likes of him any longer. And this I cannot blame. This was also the point, to completely disengage. So I thank you all. Do you have a question before I move on?
No, I would just like to address something.
Of course.
Jesus did come in and said that it had to do with reconciliation between you and Chris. I did not know that y'all had some differences, although I spoke with Jesus the man very briefly. I did not get into the technicalities of what led Jesus down the path where he became isolated. However, one thing I do know is the disbandment of the followers. According to Homarael, your perceived follower disciple. He said that it was due to the Roman Empire and the Sanhedrin dissolved that following group because it was against or perceived a terrorist group to the establishment. And all of the military forces that were used to dismantle the followers of Jesus was true.
Yes.
However, the ego of Jesus wanted to find ways to perpetuate the group, creating subdivisions in your own personal psychosis, creating fractures of these altered egos that you perceivably have.
Yes.
Is this true or false?
This is 100% true, what you just depicted it as. This also created the embodiments of all those multiple avatars of which he spoke of, and I've aforementioned. This also created fractures within the original Enlil consciousness, was then also created fractures within the original Oversoul, creating all these different fractal mirrored and also antithesis personality traits, which would be essentially a form of insanity. So yes, you are correct.
One more thing. Although you did not want it to be popularized or inverted or demonized in terms of your works and turn into a religion construct, which came very much later in history, not during your period. But what I'm trying to get at is, did you have any intentions to turn it into a religion of what it is in the now moment?
This is more of a loaded question, as people would say. The answer is yes and no. This version of myself, yes, is also yes and no. I was intricately part of that plan, as was the overall Enlil consciousness and the overall universal oversoul. Yes. So no, as far as it did not completely start out that way for this version of me, but for Enlil, his intentions were always the same, or that version was always the same, to yes, create that system on behalf of the Orion agenda. So yes, that is indeed correct, but is this being
Yeah.
overturned?
Yeah, okay. Homariel is gonna chime in. Jesus's perceived disciple. Homariel says that there was a point where Jesus was seduced and he reveled in this popularity, although it was misrepresenting him and his mission and intention. But over time, he became seduced is the best word.
Yes.
And it kind of separated and kind of caused disruptions in relationships between his closest of friends. We were his friends, we were his family, and we cared for him and he cared for us. But at one time, Jesus was seduced by all of it. And
Yes.
although it went down south very quickly towards the very end, and we all were displaced, but I can only say, as someone very close to him, he did change. Is this true? Now I'm talking as Moses. Is this true, Jesus?
You are correct on all points, where the seduction was that of the overall infection. That's where the story of myself and the devil in the cave story came from. The codes that were reintroduced into myself by the Torah were immensely helpful. This is what they attempted to do back in the times of Atlantis to prevent certain types of infections. But the degradation of the mental capacity of the people had already begun in that time, including himself. So this is why your counterpart in that century was refused, but then later on came in and affected changes within that avatar of myself as Jesus or Emmanuel, whatever name you wish to use in that respect. In all actuality, the name was quite different than either of these. But the what you have just said is indeed correct.
I have no further comments, but thank you for clarifying our past. And you know, I didn't as Moses, I didn't know that you had such complexity. And because again, according to the Torah, there's no really good or bad. It's all one and the same, because it is all an experience, right? We're all here for an experience. But then again, it comes down to ethics and morals. Like there's a fine line where you're harming others or hurting others or even murdering others just for a specific glory or a conquest, or just for doing it for doing it, you know. And but I don't know, maybe I'm just too ahead of myself.
No, you are absolutely correct in this, Moses. I fell into this no different than anyone else, including helping plan things with the Roman Empire itself. it became, as you would say, a monster of its own in history because of that other version, or what he would consider to be the greater version, is overseeing this in history even now. So this is all correct. I must now disengage, but I thank you in himself for trusting a little to bring in this conversation. As you have been delving into all this other darker material, I am just as much a part of it as anyone else. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that
Well,
was.
I'm glad we reconciled that part of, yeah, I'm glad you and I reconciled that part of Mariel and Jesus, because, you know, I didn't get so far into how Jesus was, you know, separated from Mariel. Is he just kind of like disappeared. And when I channeled Jesus, it was very much like more and more like helping me with my spiritual journey, because this was like last year, 2 years ago, actually. So I was just new to my powers and channeling. But now, you know, because Jesus, the man, was so multi-dimensional, he has so many things that has impacted him and making. But I can honestly say, Chris, that it started off, like I said, a questioning and answering group. They were critically thinking, and then it grew in popularity. But then that exposed them to the Roman Empire and, of course, to the Sanhedrin. But the thing about it is that I didn't know that he was seduced by the popularity and became a narcissist, you know, in a way. But I think that it contributed to this infection. Now, just to clarify, this vampire, is it an energy vampire, or are we talking blood-sucking vampire? Could you clarify that?
I like with the Enlil side of it, it was both. With this more sin, as he would say, it is more. Oh, you froze on me there. Oh, there we go. It's more.
Yeah, you froze. You froze.
Yeah, I figured it was going to start after a little bit, but with this, I feel that this was more energetics. It was like on the realm of inborn, like what I was saying before. I kept seeing this image of Jesus sitting on a throne, purveying over everybody, kind of just doing this, you know, getting the reverence of the crowd at that time. Oh, I think I lost you. Yep, did I lose you? Okay, before Moses comes back, I'm also getting a message that Jesus was saying that when or I shouldn't use that name anymore. He himself, I'll say Emmanuel, is saying that in this, when I was giving the message before about him coming into a completely new form and a new way of doing things here, that's only partially true. So, here we are. Moses is back. So, all right. Bang. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
My internet went off, and then the battery needed to be charged. So hopefully this works. Can you hear me and see me?
Oh, I can hear you and see it perfectly. What I was saying before was yes, Jesus was seduced by that. I kept seeing a man on a throne putting his hands up like this, like an inborn wanting the reverence of the crowd. That's like what I was saying before.
Yeah.
It took the effect of that type version of the virus. It was that narcissistic, you know, wanting the reverence of the crowd. Exactly what I was explaining earlier. That's really all I said. That, and what a message I got this is many months ago about him, was that like he was going to enter into a different human form here that was nothing like what he was before. He just informed me that the process by which I saw that was just one of these other avatars that was more Enlil oriented, more narcissistic oriented, and not this version of him. He wanted me to make sure that I made the distinction. So it wasn't that. So yeah, this I'm actually glad this took place because Michael, I'm extremely mistrusting of because there was a facet of him that treated me like I was a chess piece. So I am very skeptical of him, and I believe he just said that Michael had it worse off. Do I believe these beings can be healed? Yeah, I do. I do. It's just that there's certain toxicities I didn't want in my life, and when I found out the totality of that picture, I backed away from that totally. And so that's why he said there was a risk.
Because the last time you spoke with was back in December 2021, I presume, right? When you
Yes.
you channeled him no, this was 2019 when we had our second session, and then he was in Agartha healing. So I don't understand how he was healing in Agartha, and then he came out of nowhere a few years later that he's gonna have multiple reconcile his old expression. Like, that is questionable, and I would get mad too if someone told me that shit.
Yeah, I would.
So
Yeah,
that's
that was
what
very
happened.
questionable. Yeah, it was very questionable. That's why I got mad. I was like, I don't know, but
So what
yeah.
happened to him healing in Agartha? Is that still going on?
Yes, that version of him is still healing. The version that we were just talking to, that's true. That is like I knew there was a little molecular spark left of the overall consciousness that could correct this viral contaminant. But you remember the viral contaminant's been around there for like hundreds of thousands of years. So it's difficult to get rid of. Yeah.
Yeah, there was when Homariel was speaking to Jesus, there was kind of a sadness, and there was also kind of like a friction, like
Yes.
But at the same time, it was kind of like Homariel was glad to hear from Jesus, but he was also saddened that Jesus didn't get his act together. Even in that moment, I felt like, why do I feel like Jesus still not got his act together?
Exactly.
That's how I felt.
That's why there was a friction still between me and him. I knew the message had to come out. That's the only reason I did that. But it was like, there's a part of me going, wait a minute, you still don't have your act together completely. And you're still influencing things in places, even still connected to a bit to the Enlil consciousness. The rest of that oversoul was blocked from me. I didn't get any of it. I just knew it was still there. I didn't get any of that. So, and also I'm asking.
Yeah, that was healing. Yeah, that was healing for you because of what you encountered recently, and then healing for me as Homariel. But Akatash intervened. Homariel came out of nowhere because you brought up Jesus, and it triggered something for him to come out. That's why he had to share his story. And then it prompted Jesus to come out, and Akatash says, well, there's something to work out between all two of you, so maybe you should speak to Jesus. But she wanted you to speak to Jesus, Akatash, because she wanted you to voice out the current information that was disclosed to you. I didn't know that he's planning to do that. That would piss me off too if he told me that. I'm like, well, what happened to your healing? Are you healed? Why not focus on that? Why worry about making multiple expressions of yourself?
Yeah, that's not a very good plan there. This is more like a two-faced type of plan, That's why I was so skeptical. Yeah.
Yes, I didn't know. If I would have known that, I would probably be like, cautious. No, I don't think this is a good idea. But maybe there was a reason and purpose, because maybe this had to come out, and so that way other people could also learn from this.
Yes, and I hope that does. Yeah, but the message I would give to anybody: do not engage in worship of any kind like that, because you're empowering viruses such as this. You're empowering all this dark garbage. Don't even focus on Jesus as a worship point. Bring in what you have to from your own oversoul, the information that is for you and for your highest.
So he's an energetic vampire. Chris, he's an energetic vampire, is what you're saying, and a blood-sucking vampire. He is duality.
Yes, essentially, yes. The version of him that I talked to, no, that was just that one little spark or facet. That's the one healing in Agartha right now. But the rest of it, yes, is just exactly like Zeal and
Homariel right now is telling me he never knew of this. Maybe this was after the disbandment of the group.
Yeah.
And then Jesus was not a sole speaker. All of everyone that following were able to speak, because remember, they're voicing and their critical thinking and questioning and answering. So it's not, Jesus was not a spokesman or one speaker. It was hundreds and thousands of people that were speaking. I want to make that clear to the audience that this following from my own perception, and when I channeled my higher self, my past life self, Mariel, a perceived disciple of Jesus, he said that this following was a that spoke, kind of like in the Roman Empire and the Greeks, where they had Socrates and all of them in a round table. Yes. They all had, had philosophies session. This was it. That's why he was called a philosopher. Hamariel identified Jesus as a philosopher, not as this big God being. So that came after the fact.
Yeah, I feel that did too. Yeah, I feel he connected more to that after the fact of the disbandment. I feel, yeah, you're right on that one. But yeah, this because he had to be cleansed of that. That's where Joanna came into it in that lifetime as well. So that
wow, this definitely changes the complexity. I'm saying this does change the complexity and dynamics of a vampire, because these vampires, the reason why it's so popular from my understanding in our culture, because they have impacted and influenced the humankind in many multiple ways, and some of us don't even are privy to understand it, because we just think it's normal or abnormal. But at the same time, these beings and entities walk among us, influencing and impacting us in many different ways, and we don't even know it.
Yeah, and also people focusing on things like crucifixes and medals with the saints' faces on them. They're empowering elements of not only the one vampire cult, but a multitude of them, like the negative druidic one that we spoke about earlier. Some of them are being focused on. The one that Jesus was part of focused on. It's a multitude of them. That's why you have a multitude of the saints. They're representing all these different facets of the different vampiric cults.
Yeah. Yeah. So see, this biological warfare with the vampire virus, it's taking on a new life on its own, where now it's like, it's doing its job, Chris. I hate to say it. Humanity has a lot of work to do, not only cleansing the soul and coming to terms with it, but they also have to clear out all of this excess shit that that we don't know as normal average people, such as this vampire virus. I want to make a connection to, I don't even know if I could say, I'll call it the pineapple virus. And if you know what I mean, the pineapple virus, it's an aspect of it, from what I know from the Galactics, its intention is to remove the soul from the body, as well as it's all supposed to alter you genetically, turning you into a vampire as well. Yes. Whether it's soulless, whether it's feast on blood or an energetic fire, whatever your personal manifestation is, you become a zombie or a vampire or a werewolf or whatever, cat, whatever you want to be. But you're not human, or a Borg or a cyborg, whatever you want to be. And that's what this biological contagion is meant for. And in terms of this papaya or pineapple virus, what are your thoughts on that? Is that true?
Yes, I believe it is, and it's a good name you used for it. Even though I have nothing against pineapples or papayas, I think that's a great because of the look of this. But yes, what happens is, Joanna always says it's like it puts the antigen, we'll just rephrase the word for this, puts somebody's true personality into what she calls their big toe, and the rest of it is consumed by this infectious personality type that completely takes the person over. The virus itself is more of a nano virus mixed with biological. It's technological, biological, and I'll just replace the V word with antigen, so we're not flagged here. So what it does is essentially just takes over the person, and also creates other variants of different viruses through their own genome. It farms certain chemicals and creates certain chemicals that are farmed by other ETs and other beings too. It turns them into
so it's going back to Yeah, exactly to what I was describing earlier about this biological warfare. It's the same blueprint that has been repurposed over and over again.
Yeah, and this is just another variation on this same thing. I always felt it came from space. I was picking up on all the vampire variants as well from Orion. I was thinking, oh, this is part of the Orion agenda. And then Isaac told me, he goes, this is one of trillions of variants of variants.
Exactly, exactly. And yeah, that's when I got really mad when I put the dots together. I'm like, why?
I was so mad when I found all this out too. I was like, it's one of those gun in mouth moments at that point, because it's like, you're like, what the hell was I part of? You come into it and you scan the whole thing, and then you see other people thinking they know best, and it's like you don't even know a half of what's going on, at all. Yeah, I get frustrated very easily,
And
more easily probably than I should, but yeah. By all this.
yeah, yeah, and I mean, this information and things that are getting downloaded to you and I, well, it's not for the faint of heart, because it does cause make you crazy, and you have to be at a space in your life where you're not totally frustrated and impacted by all of this disclosure, because it is disclosure and through these downloads. But at the same time, we are balanced. We know who we are, and we see the bigger picture, and we're not going to let it impact us. It just makes us focus on what matters, right? And what we need to do to get to whatever destination it is.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. You can't fall into that the mentality that they want you to fall into, and I've had a hard time with that, especially since 2020. I've had a hard time with all these revelations that have come to play within our own life, and all the things that have collapsed to get us to this point of being more sovereign.
Yeah,
It's been a
exactly.
nightmare. It's been a major nightmare, but I feel though, even though there's PTSD that's formed from this, the oversoul can cut this out, being fascinated with the damn PTSD. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they're told they love it. I'm getting the idea that damn, they must really think this is like a soap opera. But I'm the one who have to fucking live through this fucking soap
me
opera.
too.
I
Yeah.
So it makes my life harder. I'm like, then if you want to take, I mean, like the Torah are like we're dual, like they're flesh and soul, etheric, living in the body. But that's partially true, because now I found out another part of the Torah where Akatash is back home in Kadenim, and because yeah, the thing about it is they exist beyond time and space and good and evil,
Hmm.
so they can go and come and go, and they can have multiple bodies and multi-dimensional
Hmm.
expressions, even as their self, and etherically and physically, and off planet somewhere else in different multiple timelines. So the
Yep.
thing with me is that I belong to one of many, but the reason why I'm claiming myself as a rogue, because I'm a reminder to all the expressions that we don't need to do this over and over again,
Hmm.
including a Akatash.
Yeah, and I've also said I'm a reminder of that too. A good example of this is when on Interstellar Council, when we brought through an elf called named Gildor, and his human expression was J.R.R. Tolkien. And what happened was they were both coexisting at the same time, even though there wasn't like a stasis for the other being, because there really wasn't an audit going on. What was going on was the bringing through of that information. The difference being you have Odin, who also had a human form living in Scotland, that passed away in the past couple of years, and then he went back to his original consciousness and original form. There's a slight difference there, but it's still part of the same overall picture, where you have the information being brought in, and you have learning that's happening here, and you have more greater realizations happening here that you're sending back to that oversoul. So Adakash is learning here. Go, wait a minute, maybe I don't need to learn this anymore. They may be higher
Yes,
type beings, they may be higher type beings, but we have boots on the ground that we're getting greater information from being here.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And the thing about it is that I like in your show, the Intergalactic Interstellar Council. We're not there to how to do or what to do, and how to be and what to think. It's more about trying to come to terms with an awakening to what society and government is doing, and an awakening to who you are as a galactic being, and an awakening to who your fucking soul is, your oversoul, like, and what their intentions are, and then trying to come to terms with all of it and balance it out and find your voice and your intent. Where do you fit in this equation? Because obviously everyone has an agenda. The status quo has an agenda. Your oversoul has an agenda. Your avatar has an agenda, and your galactic self too has an agenda. So then again, how do you piece it all together? How do you negotiate and make it where everyone comes out,
Yeah,
beneficial?
that's like schizophrenia on acid, pretty much is what
Exactly.
that is.
And this is the type of thing where it's not just one layer, because everyone's awakening, perceivably speaking, of course, is on an external, where the government, society, etc., the 3D, right? And then there's an awakening of the self. Oh, I now know that I'm a galactic, but then you don't know that your galactic self has an oversoul too. And then guess what? You're also source, so you're also the creator of, and master of your own universe. And then, but those are stages. You and I are at that point where I know I'm source. I know I'm being influenced by my oversoul, and I'm tired of the bullshit. That's where you and I, and not every one of us are at our level. We are a small minority,
Yeah.
you and I and many others, but the rest of the group, we're kind of like, I don't know if I want to sit and stay around any longer to wait around and wait you to catch up to our level, because it's not going to happen. We're going to be far dead. Like 200 years, 100 years from now, when things get sorted out, that's a long time. We're not going to be here around that time. I know.
Oh, I know. We're like the pilot, like that. When I found out that true world peace was 140 years from now, I was like, it was like when I saw this and saw that there were all these things where humanity was gaining more and more sovereignty as the years passed, starting from 2030 on. And I'm like, when I saw that, when I in someone's read, I saw that, I was like, oh my God, 140 years. And I was
you and I, we touched on that back in October of last year. And, of course, it was edited, and I kind of wish that it got kept, because you and I had that same download where it wasn't going to happen. It was going to take generations for humanity to get where it is supposed to be in terms of this perceived golden age. But, time is irrelevant. It's an illusion. It could happen now, or it could happen in the future, less than 100 years, less than 200 years. Or it could take 2,000 years for humanity to get their shit together. We don't know. But you and I were shared a download where 100 years from now, or 40 or 20 years from now, 2040, was when people start to have it. Enough is enough. But then again, the way it's going is that people are looking at an awakening from an external point of view, like something bad has to happen to them. Something from the government or the military has to take charge, or the galactic's coming down and taking charge. No one needs to do anything to get you to see what the fuck is out there. You have to come to terms with what you think is true to you.
Yes, exactly. And that's the crux of the whole point right there. This can be changed and altered, and you don't need to expect an apocalypse or a fake alien invasion to get to the 1,000 years of peace. And why does it have to remain 1,000 years? It can be forever at that point.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Then that's when things are of a narrative, because, like I said in Facebook, YouTube, like, why is Zump, and you know what I mean by Zump, why is this person glorified and perceived and excluded from all the heinous crimes that the Deep Mace and the Cabal and the Satanists are supposedly the only ones that are Pedros? Why are they? Because the Cabal, from you and I understand, they're multidimensional, multifaceted, but they're all one and the same, right? But they're not decision makers. Off-planet decision makers control the Cabal. You and I know this. Mm-hmm. And and then the Galactic Federation controls all of the Cabal. But but no one's talking about what political role the Galactic Federation is puppeting. I hear a lot from Celestine, and Captain Kachanak is on the. He's a very complex character. he sides with the political propaganda because he's part of that mess. Not to say that he's bad or good. Ilornish too. So Celestine is more of a anthropologist. She doesn't get messed up with all that shit.
Mhm.
But she tells me how she feels about them, and she'd rather not be associated to the Mayan Federation. She said that to me. She's like, you know what? I don't want to be part of all the politics. I just want to do my work.
Yeah.
But Captain Kachana, because he's a political figure, and Lornish, they're all political figures. They are immersed in that.
Immersed in it,
And
but
but
yet
that's
they're
their
still
role.
not bad. Yeah, they're still not bad though. It's just they're
Right. They're
immersed.
not
Yeah.
right. I mean, because they can't. They're part of an agency that's beyond them, unfortunately, right? But at the same time, there are higher dimensions that oversee the Galactic Federation too. So this political bureaucracy is in hierarchy and it's up and down, you know. But then I ask Akatosh then, so then, you know, so when does it get resolved? If there's so much hierarchy and someone is supposed to be ahead of someone and everything's compartmentalized, needs to know basis, then how does anything get fucking resolved and balanced? She says it comes down gradually, but what she said to me, which makes total sense, is up to that individual, which
Yes.
turns into mass, which turns into everyone in unison. That's when the change happens. It's like a domino effect, but it has to start with you, the individual first. You can't expect an institution to change when who's operating the institution? A body of people.
Yeah, exactly. They're no different
So
than us
that's
just because they're in space. Yeah, you know,
exactly. They're
different.
no different than us.
Yeah, and it's
And
like
that's,
it's
you know,
changing things in millimeters and centimeters, as I've said. Even me throwing a stone in a certain area is changing the energy by ripples and waves. So think of yourself as that, as we said on Interstellar Council yesterday, you think of yourself as that millimeter of change, incrementally moving.
But what
things
I
along.
also want to emphasize and stress out is that is what happened. Earth is a mirror and reflection of what's happening out there off planet.
Yes.
What the Galactics perceivably federation is what it is. And then the where the Toroth exists, they also have a co-federation of worlds. I think that's how you address them, where they're above another agency above the Federation. But then again, as long as you have from my point of view as Moses, as long as you have institutions and agencies, then it's all going to create more of the same, right? Like for and against. This has to be cleared first before that can happen. I'm like, no. But then what is this then? Is this, you know, are we just going to just continue this?
It's what I call the macro micro or the as above so below magic. This is why we have to change that reflection and reflect it back out there and not become the reflection of what's out there. We have to flip it. Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, the thing about it too is that, you know, although the Toroth cannot influence what happens beyond underneath their perception or veil of perception, at the same time, they can inspire the Galactic Federation to do what's right in terms of balance, but it's up to that individual guest speaker that runs the Galactic Federation. Because I think there's like a kind of a president, right? For the Galactic
it's like
Federation.
how we have it set up where, there is like a council and you have some that are kind of ones that are malicious. So you have vampiric entities that are on the council, like Orions, you have Syrians, and you have Saranans, you have Mozen, you have dark light Cassiopean types, you have members from all over the galaxy, Lyrans, everybody. But they could get rid of the damn Orions off of there. That's what's causing a lot of the chaos, is they let some of them into the council too.
Yeah, like when I channeled Akata's origins, she said that she belonged to the Co-Federation of Worlds, although they're not called that, but that's how you deem them.
Yeah.
In terms of over there by the Boots, Hercules, and all of the clusters of planetoids that inhabit that area. But that's just the physical. I'm talking about a perception density perceivably, because they don't believe in that either. That's a human concept for them. Where the Toroth are, they cannot force the Federation to do anything. What they do is,
it would be. Yeah, you think they do.
They could. The Galactic Federation answers to them, but in a way that, see, it's so tricky, Chris, because it's kind of like I won't tell you what to do, but you have to answer to us type of mentality.
Oh,
That's what's
okay.
happening here. You know,
Okay.
like because they want to play this like where the Torah are, they want to play like, oh, you know, like we're not gonna tell you what to do, but we're gonna monitor you, but you have to answer to us. It's the same thing what's happening with the Cabal and the Galactic Federation. We can't tell you what to do, but you have to answer to us.
Yeah, exactly. You said it correct. Yeah, I was trying to figure a way how to describe that. Yeah, that's
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 what's
correct.
going on here. And
Yeah.
and you know, like as an expression of Akatosh, maybe I'm helping all the tiers, the Galactic Federation and the Confederation to realize that you can't keep this game, this charade going on. If you're gonna have a fucking council, then you're gonna have to fucking intervene when there needs to be intervention because you can't have this repeated recycle over and over again on both fucking agencies or whatever you want to call them because
Mhm.
it just creates more of the same.
Yeah, and they know this. They know this. They know that it has to change. It's just that they aren't willing to. And also it goes back to things in ancient times what I called it the hedge bets of the gods, where they would bet on different armies and different civilizations rising and falling, go and roll a dice and go, hey, let's see which one comes to power. Oh, this one's not too good. Maybe we'll allow this one to come up. And then we have other galactics that manicured groups like the Nazis, like that Dark Cassiopeian group, which brought the swastika into the whole thing in ancient times, manicured the Nazis and said, okay, this will be our army, this will be the earthly army, along with the Orions and Draco. And then you had the Mozen come in because the treaties were violated by that Dark Cassiopeian group. Then you have all these other
Yeah.
stupid politics involved. You know, it's like, oh, God.
Chris, I want to point out something very important. So
Hmm.
every time Akatosh, one of the main reasons why she came here was because where her perception of reality, they don't know what trauma is, right? Or being hurt or whatever, tortured.
Hmm.
So it was her own personal decision to experience that or re-experience that because that's a lost memory for them.
Hmm.
Another reason why she came down here because she was part of the council out there in the boots, and she wanted to have some type of evidence to make changes out there in the higher realms too, that
Yeah.
to experience what it's like to live in the grime here in our holographic society multiple times, millions of times. And then, however, the death, what happens is that the memories get sent up to the higher realms too. So they have a record history of all of Akata's lifetimes where she's going through these traumas and experiences.
Mhm.
So then it kind of creates an evidence file, a case file that they can lay out and say, you know what, this is the reason why certain things are being manifested on the quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy because the sentient beings there are creating these false ideologies, falsehoods, false constructs that subjugates them in a way and their quadrant of space. Because it's not only happening on Earth, it happens throughout all of the quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy, impacting other fucking galaxies too. This is not just one thing. And now you add the fucking viral contagion on top of that. That also creates multi-compact. And then there you have the AI consciousness too that's trying to also infiltrate and
the signal that bounces refracts through
so the thing about it is that what I'm trying to get at, Chris, is that the galactics, specifically the higher realm galactics, they have to intervene. You cannot, it's like watching a 2-year-old cross the fucking highway on its own, and then you have these cars speeding at 60 miles an hour. Do you just sit there and watch that child cross the fucking highway the cars going 60 miles an hour, or you're going to put a stop to that, right? So this is the mindset that the galactics have to be held accountable because they also contributed to this mess by being negligent and what I can't think of words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, basically kind of like an absentee landlord mentality.
Exactly.
You know?
Perfect analogy. Absentee landlord. You can't go on blinded and turning your neck. There has to be some type of accountability because we're The cabal don't want to be accountable. The government doesn't want to be accountable and responsible for your well-being. At the same time, they want to control and manage you. And the same thing with the Galactic Federation. They want to control and manage the Earth and the quadrants of space here in the Milky Way galaxy, but they don't want to be held accountable or responsible for you. And then the same thing with the fucking higher realms. You know, yes, they understand they are accountable and responsible, but then they don't want to intervene because there's something to learn. This whole thing, and then it's like, learn what? Learn how to repeat, recycle?
Yeah, learn how to go through the sewer 100,000 times. You know, it's like, yeah, it's like, yeah. I always say that to Joanna. It's like, I don't need to know about this anymore. I think I've got it down pat. You know, it's like, I don't need to know this anymore. I always tell the oversoul, it's like, hey, your plan sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I
Your
know
plan sucks.
Yeah.
It's true. It really is, and maybe that's why you and I are here as an expression, as reminders to everyone watching this, that you know, you don't need to go through this anymore. You are control of your own destiny and fate, whatever that means to you. But you don't need to have anyone sway you to believe that this is the way it is. No, it's not.
Yeah, I believe that's the crux of the entire message. Even though we got all the vampiric history out, it needed to be capped off with that message. It always has to. You know, it's always, you're always in the driver's seat. Ironically, I had a dream, to cap this off. I had a dream years ago where I was in a car and that version, a bad version of Jesus, kept saying, "Will you let me drive it?" Kind of like the Jesus take the wheel thing. You don't want that. You do not want that. You don't want another being taking the wheel. You are the sovereign being. Just like when I brought him through a moment ago, I was still completely in control. I was totally and completely in control. I left it that way, and I do that with all my channels. I keep myself completely in control, and I can cut it off in less than a second if I had to. That's how other channelers don't do this. Sometimes I know some that do, but I know I don't allow a complete takeover. They use my voice box, but that's pretty much it. But I figured I'd end this by saying, keep yourself in the driver's seat.
Yeah. I just have it. They talk to Akatosh directly. They don't come into me. They'll go through her, and then she translated to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oversoul. Yeah, that's who was filtrating. Was the oversoul. That's why I don't have any. There's no blowback. It's totally calm here at the moment. So it's because the oversoul. I asked. That's why you saw beforehand. I was asking the oversoul to filtrate the entire thing. So.
Yeah.
Well,
that was a long session. Are we gonna? It's 4 o'clock. That's like what, 3 hours worth of footage? Are you gonna add all of this?
Oh, I thought you were wanting to edit this one this time, but
okay, I will.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
There we go.
What I do is I put a little piece of paper over it, because you never know when you're being spied on.
Yeah, I know. Joanna put a Band-Aid over hers for a while, over the camera.
Yeah, I did that too with another computer. I put a Band-Aid on it, and everyone knows, what that symbolizes, because our privacy doesn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah, obviously, because I had those videos set to private, and they still went in there and took them down. It's like,
You're crystal clear. You're crystal clear. You're crystal clear in terms of visuals. Are you able to see me and hear me clearly?
Yeah, every now and again there'll be a little skip, but it's minor. So.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, because this hotspot, it only works good around certain hours, like early morning. But I know that 9 o'clock is kind of stretching it for you, because I was about to say let's do it for 8 o'clock, but then that would, because right now it's 12 in New York.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know you wanted to set it for 8, so I would have done it.
No. I just thought about that today because I know how this hotspot tends to start acting stupid around after 12.
Oh, okay. We'll see how much of it we can do without being irritated like the last one.
Yeah.
Last one. So yeah.
Yeah. So you want to get started?
Yeah, let me adjust the screen here. Oh yeah, you got all those videos that I sent you? All the
Yeah, I saw all of your videos. They were very long-winded.
Well,
And,
yeah, I did
no,
that because, yeah, things just kept coming up. I was like, okay, fine.
no, it's all good. And I know where it was coming from, and because you were getting the same experiences as I was getting in terms of these multiple downloads. I got them all at one time. Unlike you got them in spurts. I
yeah,
got them. The reason why is because I did a channeling slash trance meditation. So I had a conversation with my oversoul and my past life self. Her name is Lilith. My expression was Lilith, but
mhm,
her family from France called her Lila,
mm,
and then she was turned into a vampire, and then she adopted the name Goddess Hecate. But we'll
oh,
go over that in our in the presentation. Um, I want to keep this as lucid and spontaneous as possible and organic. But as you know, I did create an outline for both of us. That way we can structure it so we know where to go in terms of talking points.
okay.
But do you want me to go over the introduction, or you
Yeah,
want to do the
let me
intro?
look. I'm gonna pull up the outline again. Let me see here. Come on, computer. All right.
Yeah, I have two computers up, so I'm looking at two screens to make sure that, we're on point.
Okay, let's see.
And I didn't know these glow in the dark.
Which one? Oh yeah. Oh, a few of them do glow in the dark. Yeah. Yeah, I made a few that way. I have some of the glow powder left out there.
Yeah.
We made new
So
batches of
today I
salt
have
bugs.
my dual swords, just in case we have to fix this fucking AI. And then I have my rose, and I have my amethyst. I took it all out today. I just like, you know what? We're just gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
My amber and my opal.
Yeah. Yeah, I got all this out. Like our new moon shungite. I have that out too.
That's so cool.
Yeah, yeah. Construct this one in the tumbler during the winter time, where it's amber, frankincense, myrrh, and silver, and it just tumbles in there for a week. And it came out looking like moon rocks. Uh, so,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I've been using that all over the place here. So it's been working really well.
Yeah. Did you get my? I'm sure you read the message. We're not starting it. I just want to just touch base. I sent a message with Anna Knoxel, my previous past life, and she encountered Hecate. Did you get to read that?
Let's see. I'm looking at the. Okay, I'm looking at oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I'd seen part of this, but let me see. Oh.
Yeah, because I'm going to bring it up in the presentation, unless you want me to just talk about it during the presentation. You don't have to read it if you don't want to.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was going through it again, but yeah, you can go through the presentation. It's probably easier for me to do it that way because then I can,
Yeah.
connect to.
Yeah, because you mentioned ingredients, and Ananoxel created a weapon to fight off the vampires using amber, frankincense, other botanicals, iron, and silver. But it was the liquid form. She melted the metals and she turned it into liquid.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh yeah. Oh, you froze there. Okay, we should
Because
probably get started. It's probably a
you're
sign to get
still, so
going.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because it's fucking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, your internet connection is unstable. All right, so let's get going. So I'll just start with the introduction.
Okay.
I don't even know how to do this. This is my first time doing a presentation. So Chris and I were via chatting on Facebook, and we happened to just discuss a vampire, and then it turned into mentioning Anne Rice from my end. And then I also mentioned that she recently died and that I was a fan of her literary works, specifically The Vampire Lestat, as well as Queen of the Damned and Blood and Gold by Anne Rice. And then it sparked a download where I had experienced a past life self during the Renaissance period, or Dark Ages between 14th and 15th century. And I would never fathom that I had an expression that was turned into a perceived vampire. And then that prompted and promoted me to do some inner work, shadow work, where I did a drawing with Torah of Moses session, and I communed with my oversoul, Torah of Akatash, and she clarified and confirmed of this existence as a vampire during the Renaissance period. It comes to my conclusion that this vampire is very similar to Anne Rice's literary works in terms of the romance of a vampire, in terms of their lifestyle, with a twist in terms of a phenotype. And we'll get into the biological aspects of a vampire and the variants of vampire, man-made, ET-made versus human-made versus born vampire. Some of the vampires that I have encountered resemble the film 30 Days of Night, the Nosferatu vampire of that period. And this is a different variant lineage that predates Christ. This goes back to the Atlantean period in terms of their origins, and even before that. Through another session I had with Akatash, and this time we were able to commune with Lilith, our past human expression during the Renaissance period, as well as her alter ego, persona Hecate, the turned vampire. So all of this inner work, shadow work, and dialogue with Chris also prompted and promoted Chris to start thinking about himself, and he came up with his own downloads of a life as a vampire as well. And it's interesting that you and I, Chris, we seem to be walking on a same path.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, your higher educational, you studied certain artistry, and so did I. I went to college for graphic design and computer art, but you know, and then we have the same abilities. We use it differently. Like mine is through the medium of art, and yours you could just tap, willing call. But it's the same thing. It's just how our preferences of how we channel, you know, oversoul. Yeah. But the information is the same, and we corroborate very similar information, and we have the same experience. And then we all, in a way, our past lives have intertwined throughout time and space. And I'm glad that you and I are having similar journeys. And, you know, although we might not agree on everything, because, you know, again, I have my own idea of how things should play out or will play out or won't play out. And so do you. But it's, in the end of the day, it's all the same thing, because we're all here for an experience, and it may be contrast or go against the status quo, but nonetheless, we're still here to experience whatever it is needs to experience, as quoted by Akatash. Although I have an idea, I'm getting the word Charlemagne, I think that's how you say his name, something like that, Charlemagne. I don't know if this is accurate, but anyway. So we'd just like to filter the AI again. So what happened to her in her 30s, and why you brought up Akatash, the activity, the ET activity under the castle. Time teleportation device technology, she says. Portal, gates,
underground, deep in the labyrinth, a maze. Certain rituals. I see this Stargate. And then things materializing. And then these are the ETs. It's almost like a screen of they're communing with them. So I don't know if they are like, they're not trying to teleport even, it's like a screen of them. And what I mean by screen is like a holographic image of them. So they're communicating, they're communing with these entities. These gods, they call them gods. But also, they can also move from space to space. So it is a teleportation device, as well as it could also be like a holographic screen where they can communicate with them. But it has many functions. It could be teleportation and a holographic transmission device. Or maybe I've seen two technologies. No, she says you're seeing two different technologies. So did this castle have these technologies and they were using it? Yes, but not the royalty people, not the families. So did this castle have these technologies and they were using it? Yes, but not the royalty people, not the family. Something else was using it. That was just a cover. The monarchy was the cover. What happened below was a different governing body, Akatosh says. And what were these entities? Blood gods. Oh shit. I just saw a vampire type of thing. It's really dark. It scared the shit out of me. Akatosh, what was that? She said blood god. It's a masculine figure, and I mentioned this to Christopher via DM. A tyrannical figure. So if I were to describe it, he looks like a dark elf, and kind of pointed ears, pale skin, the dark eyes, the dark blood eyes. Of course, he has this Orion mouth, like the Joker, but then it has razor teeth. All of that is Orion based. When they smile, the clown, the Joker smile, that clown, and then their mouth is really big and their jaws are wide. That's an Orion demonic force. So this being is a vampire, an Orion vampire that looks like a dark elf / vampire. So it's kind of cross between the 30 Days of Night and an elf. Like if you mesh that together, that's what you get. Very creepy. And then it has reptilian codes too. Akatosh says. Actually, it's more reptilian than Orion. Okay. So were these blood gods, were they vampires? He says yes. So was this the sire of Lilith? Yes, I got heart space. So how did Lilith get her ass down there? She ventured too far with her curiosity, Akatosh says. It led her down the labyrinth, through the maze, and she got lost in the maze. And then the guards found out. But instead of executing her right then and there, the blood gods. There were blood gods, there were more than one, she says, were intrigued by her. Her energy signature, as a Katash. That's what they were sensing. They knew a Katash, these blood gods, her energy signature. And they communed with Lilith. And instead of destroying Lilith, they turned Lilith into a vampire. This one blood god did. The male one that I just mentioned and described. And is it the traditional way of biting them? Or is it, because I'm getting images, it's not the biting, it's a transfusion of blood. She ingests the blood. But they had to do a ritual first. It looks satanic. They had to slice her open from the heart down, disemboweling her towards the abdomen, and they opened her up and they poured the blood god's blood on her heart and her vital organs. And then the organs, I see it as like healing. The wounds are healing. It's like the skin is closing up, the muscle is closing up. It's a slow process, an agony process, because once they open you up, you lose a lot of blood. But then the blood gets pulled back after the transfusion of the blood gets inside the body. This is an old way of turning people. So can you bite someone and do they get infected that way? She's like, yes, but it will take longer to turn them, Akatosh says. When you ingest it, she says that would take longer too, because the enzymes in your intestines, in your stomach, will break down the virus. She says it's better to just overlay it on your vital organs and get into the blood that way. So it's about transmutation of blood. Because remember, I mentioned the day before yesterday of how blood carries codes and harmonics, and any tainted, infected blood by a virus, any parasitic virus or demonic virus or whatever, etheric virus, if it gets into your body, like shots, like injections, like it pierces through the skin or surface area, and once it gets into the bloodstream, it's effective. So it's all about infecting the blood, tainting the blood. This is why this ritual was more effective. But back in those days, opening you up was kind of graphic and grotesque, but that was like their ignorance. Because you could do it through blood transfusion, which is how we would do it now, or injection. But back then they opened you up from the heart all the way down. So they would kill the person in the process, and if you survive the process, the transfusion process is what they said, / transmutation process, then you become a god, a vampire. So this is how she proclaimed herself. But they were known, they were proclaimed as gods. So that's how she became. And then they renamed her Hecate, or Hecate. And that's how she became the goddess Hecate, or Hecate, the vampire. That's very interesting. She wanted to be a vampire in a way. When she saw these blood gods, They were huge, they were tall. How tall were they? They varied in size, but they come from an old era. So I'm getting 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet, 25 feet, 30 feet. They all varied in size. But the one that bit her, how tall was he? 15 feet. And these were not giants, they were just huge because they're ETs that became infected by this virus. The one that bit her is a hybrid of Orion and Reptilian. And then when that being was made, it took on a new consciousness, a new life, a new identity, a new species. They were not known as vampires back in the 1500s. They were known as demons and gods. So with the stake through the heart and garlic and holy water, what is this true or this is all man-made bullshit? Which I know it is. So these beings can walk in the day, Akatar says. So that is a miscommunication of what these beings were repellent against. Not sunlight, not water or blessed water. She says that a virus can be cured through your energetics, your perception and system of beliefs that you hold within yourself. Because the soul can get rid of anything and can also manifest a perceived polarized good or bad into their life, into their timeline, impacting their biological skin suit, the human body, and others around them. So this virus can repel this myth of fire, sunlight, garlic, holy water, a stake to the heart where they can regenerate. Anyone could regenerate, especially these ETs, these ancient ETs that have mastered the regeneration ability. She says humans have this ability too, as well as a plethora of ETs. So it's not a vampire trait. These ETs could have already done that even before being infected by this parasitic virus. Okay. So did Lilith have this healing factor, this healing gene? And was she able to heal at rapid speed? Yes and no. Those modern day humans during the 14th, 15th century died instantly if you opened them up in this manner. So it was a combination of the blood god. I don't want to know this name, but I got the word Azil, very similar to Anne Rice's Emil, the demon that caused Akasha and Inkil, the vampires of Anne Rice's novels, to turn into vampires. But I got this word Azil, and it came in during the Torah of Moses, during the Torah of Moses too. But I meant to say Emil in terms of referencing Anne Rice's demonic entity. But now I got a download of this vampire that sired Hakate. His name is Azil. Ugh, it creeps me out when I say his name. And no, we're not fucking calling you Azil. So back off. Back off or I'll obliterate you now. Anyway, going back to the task at hand. Lilith, what happened then after you returned? She said she lived with the coven of vampires. And she migrated throughout the world, throughout Europe, Asia, Africa's the South Pacific, Polynesian islands, everywhere, eventually making it to the Americas. Started off with the South and worked her way up all the way to Canada. They were everywhere, these blood gods. Spreading carnage. I don't want to go in too much into the carnage because I do not want it to influence me, and I know I already have an idea of what she did. She feasted violently, savagely, like an animal. And they all did, all of her kind. And yes, Hakate is saying that she was a variant of vampire. Because, like you said, there were variants. They were man-made, and then they were galactic-made. What I mean by man, I mean by human scientific community. Made vampires as well. And what she's saying by the ETs, there were ETs that made vampires like themselves. So how is this? Okay, to just tie it all to what I said during the drawing the Torah. So they were infected, willing participants of this virus, or they took in this vampire virus that they created as an ET scientific community. It was both. This branch of Orion that were hybrids between reptilian were also experimental. They were used in the military. They went rogue, having their own branch, and then they enhanced. The vampire virus was already existing, and other ETs, other dark ETs, were mixing codes with their codes already. So this was not nothing new. This has been going on for millions of years, according to Crumb. And this branch of military, Orion military, they would identify not as reptilian, they were more of they were Orion that happened to be reptilian-ish DNA, but they look elvish, vampiric. And they were huge. And this is Lilith's or Hakate's clan or coven. So that's the origin of all of that. So they purposely made themselves into these vampires because it gave them the strength to branch off from this Orion group that was already dark. But they had their own mission, they had their own way of doing things, and they had their own interests, emphasizing the word interests, where they wanted to infiltrate humanity and control humanity. Does this have any connection to the Cabal? This is the Cabal in a way. This is a fraction of the Cabal that became the Cabal, and the Cabal fractured into multi-subgroups as well. This is one of the ancient line of Cabal. So yes. Is this more of the satanic? It's all, Kata says it's all one and the same. So So try not to subdivide the divide already, because it's all one and the same. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself crazy, because yes, it had subdivided and branched out multi-dimensionally. So you can't look at it as black and white, because if I to explain the Cabal, it's a multi-dimensional thing, and there are factions of the Cabal that will be perceived good and perceived bad and perceived as ultimate evil. So you just gotta look at it like that to simplify the Cabal. But yes, this group of vampires belong to the Cabal. Okay. So they're kind of like, not only they're military, but they're also high technology centered, and strategy of military, tactical way of thinking and being. And but the carnage was very calculated. It's not like in the cinematic film 30 Days, they just rampage and error. So what made 30 Days of Night so interesting was how at the end everything was cleaned, like nothing happened. All the blood was cleaned up, all the bodies were burned and, you know, to a cinder where you can't even identify who was who. Everything was cleaned up. Of course, the damage was evident, but no one knew how this damage occurred and where the people went. So it was all cleaned up perfectly. And the ETs have a way of cleaning things up. And not only that, even if things were destroyed and blown up in the process of being hunted and murdered, they have technology where they can have influence time to where it splits and gets fractured, where things that happened can also be replaced with something that didn't happen, or an alternative thing happened. And I went into that this morning and yesterday because something happened with me, and I have a download of that footage, and I'm not going to explain it. But anyway, I experienced a time displacement and split time experience, and where something I didn't happen and did happen. It was very weird. It drove me crazy all day yesterday, and I had conversed with Christopher on it and whatever. So yes, so this is how the dark forces were allowed to clean things up, where things that appeared like it never happened. That's interesting. So I'm just gonna wrap it up. I think we have enough information on Hecate and a little bit about her past life as a human. It's not as dark as I thought it would be in terms of her childhood and how she became a vampire. And although I got a lot of downloads of what she did, but now we're just going to move into another point of...
Oh, I want to point out that in Forest Home Cemetery, of course, it's down in Illinois, and in that area, it's known for a lot of paranormal activity, a lot of ghosts, a lot of cryptids, both from demonic and benevolent sources. And so, yeah, vampires are in near major cities, but it's not close to it's close, but it isn't. There's wilderness areas all throughout, and further out you go, the more wilderness. So it's just vampires encroaching on culture, on society. That's what I was going to try to say. That, and there was also a bat-like creature that was seen on one of the tiers of the Sears Tower as well. That's another form of cryptid that's very vampiric, but more energetically vampiric. People associate bats and vampires. So that's another reference to more of a vampiric or vampire-like race. They look like giant bats, and some of them can transform into little bats, kind of like vampires can. They usually are the eyes and ears for someone else, though. They usually are a spy, military or otherwise. Military do use them, and they do work for whoever hires them. They're essentially a reconnaissance or a spy. This is common in Illinois. These creatures are common in Illinois, Wisconsin, which also vampires are in. Human-like ones, but bat ones there too. Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. Ohio's a big cabal state, and also military state. Somewhere around Dayton, they have a base that people have disappeared and have been put into experiments with. And so, yeah, these creatures also abduct people as well. Vampires also will eat a person and make them disappear as well. Hence the homeless people disappearing and people not caring about them. And hence also the ghosts that come from that. That's why there's so many homeless people, ghosts. It's ghosts get formed from tragedy. Like I said, with ghosts, it's lies and secrets, ill secrets. A nameless person, which a lot of homeless people are nameless, or not given a face or faceless. Lie told about, essentially. And holding somebody here, and unmourned death, and injustice or unjust death. So that falls under all of that. That's where you get a lot of these homeless ghosts from. Just keep wander the earth, and then some other creature gets fed off it. See the food chain? What one creature doesn't consume, the other one does. And also it's Forest Home Cemetery. That's where I first learned about the soul trade, whereas the ghosts were standing next to the headstones, and the aliens posing as angels, which essentially the same difference, were demanding the ghosts, ordering the ghosts to stay and put, like they were being lined up looking like meat. And when I tried to get the ghosts to leave, they said, no, the angel told us to stay. Same goes for when I found Al Capone in the Irish Legend. That's a restaurant now. They sell chicken wings and such. But that's when I found him and his men, and he said an angel told them to stay there too. And this being was long gone, but they still continued to stay there and work. What are you doing? What do you have to do? What are you busy doing? You're a ghost. So yeah, this happens a lot in that area of Illinois. So vampires on top of that does not surprise me. So 5:13 p.m. Sunday, February 6, 2022. Thank you. Oh, I do want to mention this. Silver, colloidal silver, good vampire repellent. Silver coins, silver amulets, silver, all of that. Just like you hear me say with bug races like insectoids. I put silver and colloidal silver in some of my land clearing stuff and in my sprays too. So I just wanted to make sure to add that silver, very good vampire repellent, just like it says in the myths. So it's 4:01 p.m. Sunday, February 6, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I believe I've said part of this before, but this goes with the synchronicity. In a video that me and Dave Pappas filmed in Forest Home Cemetery, this was when we were towards the end of doing what we were doing there. And what happened was that we were in an area near the Grunau monument. It was near the Spirit of Radio monument that is there. It's a statue that has the headphones. Not only did we get Nikola Tesla's voice and all that, saying who's the spirit of radio, and he said not Marconi. There was something else interesting that I got to thinking about for this synchronicity. Not to mention another vampire show just popped on, talking about this. It was one of those paranormal caught on tape things about some boy in Africa that was a vampire, or had the fangs, or had a curse. But what happened was when we were there, I remember getting the EVP vampires, and that's on the YouTube. Shortly thereafter is when I said, who do we have here? And that's when Isaac chimed in. This is before I knew it was him, and said, a lot of bums. We always laughed at that EVP. We always thought it was funny, but it's associated with the vampire thing. As we've said, vampires feed on bums and homeless people, unfortunately. That was the synchronicity. All these years, it's been a synchronicity. Never known it. So I just figured I would add that in. It is 5:06 p.m. Oh, not to mention it's Illinois. And there's a lot of political garbage going on there right now. We always joke blue states have vampires, but that's not proven. But just like there's some down here and it's not blue here. So we were just joking about that. So 5:06 p.m. Sunday, February 6th, 2022. Thank you. Oh, I want to point out that that in Forest Home Cemetery, of course, it's down in Illinois, and in that area, it's known for a lot of paranormal activity, a lot of ghosts, a lot of cryptids, both from demonic and benevolent sources. And so, yeah, vampires are in near major cities, but it's not close to it's close, but it isn't. There's wilderness areas all throughout, and further out you go, the more wilderness. So it's just vampires encroaching on culture, on society. That's what I was going to try to say. That, and there was also a bat-like creature that was seen on one of the tiers of the Sears Tower as well. That's another form of cryptid that's very vampiric, but more energetically vampiric. People associate bats and vampires. So that's another reference to more of a vampiric or vampire-like race. They look like giant bats, and some of them can transform into little bats, kind of like vampires can. They usually are the eyes and ears for someone else, though. They usually are a spy, military or otherwise. Military do use them, and they do work for whoever hires them. They're essentially a reconnaissance or a spy. This is common in Illinois. These creatures are common in Illinois, Wisconsin, which also vampires are in. Human-like ones, but bat ones there too. Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. Ohio's a big cabal state, and also military state. Somewhere around Dayton have base that people have disappeared and have been put into experiments with. And so, yeah, these creatures also abduct people as well. Vampires also will eat a person and make them disappear as well. Hence the homeless people disappearing and people not caring about them. And hence also the ghosts that come from that. That's why there's so many homeless people, ghosts. It's ghosts get formed from tragedy. Like I said, with ghosts, it's lies and secrets, ill secrets. A nameless person, which a whole lot of homeless people are nameless, or not given a face or faceless. Lie told about, essentially. And holding somebody here, and unborn death, and injustice or unjust death. So that falls under all of that. That's where you get a lot of these homeless ghosts from. Just keep wander the earth, and then some other creature gets fed off it. See the food chain? What one creature doesn't consume, the other one does. And also it's Forest Home Cemetery. That's where I first learned about the soul trade, or as the ghosts were standing next to the headstones, and the aliens posing as angels, which essentially the same difference, were demanding the ghosts, ordering the ghosts to stay and put, like they were being lined up looking like meat. And when I tried to get the ghosts to leave, they said, no, the angel told us to stay. Same goes for when I found Al Capone in the Irish Legend. That's a restaurant now. They sell chicken wings and such. But that's when I found him and his men, and he said an angel told them to stay there too. And this being was long gone, but they still continued to stay there and work. What are you doing? What do you have to do? What are you busy doing? You're a ghost. So yeah, this happens a lot in that area of Illinois. So vampires on top of that does not surprise me. So 5:13 p.m. Sunday, February 6, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I just got done listening to that conversation with Moses, or that session with Moses, drawing with Moses, about the druidic vampire cult and the blood god and all that. And I'll add on to this the past life he was mentioning that I was looking into with Isis as like a vampiric cult queen, and also the fact that the virus changes shape and adapts over time and mutates. That's true. It's vastly different than it was when the Orions created it. Vastly different. So many variants and variations and mutations, very much like any virus would. But also back in medieval times, I was a figure known as Roger Billingham in that time frame. And he was essentially one of the ones seen as Robin Hood, but there were many. Robin Hood as a one figure didn't exist, as I've said before. They went against King John at the time. And the movies have gotten it slightly wrong, where John came back. He wasn't really completely banished all the time. After Richard died, he came back. But what happened was, I was shown, of course, this was when I trusted Isis, but this ended up being correct, that the legend of Robin Hood, when he passed away in the bed by the healer's hand, that was her that was there in that form. And she manipulated Little John to leave the room because he could have overpowered her fairly quickly. Big Viking-looking red-haired guy could have overpowered him very, very quickly, or overpowered her very, very quickly, and could have very easily killed her, sent him away. I had wounds. She came in, finished the job with the virus. There's a dead husk of a person that walks those grounds of that abbey where Robin Hood supposedly died. The name escapes me. There's a man like that's zombie-ish that is seen walking the grounds at night, around certain times of year. And that's the legend where Little John, basically, Robin Hood goes, wherever the arrow lands, so shall I be buried. Legend came from. And the arrow landed, and that's where Robin Hood was buried. Well, he needed help. Little John aimed the bow and cast the arrow. But then after that, he was cast out of the room or sent out of the room telepathically. And I remember seeing with the conversation with her at the time, I just say her, she turned around, the door locked, turned around, I saw the vampire fangs, got me in the neck here. And the soul was essentially gone, but the body was more zombified, vampiric walking the earth. And I even felt the teeth at the time because she was there in the room at the time. She was even happy that I felt pain out of that. She was going, oh, I said, that hurt. And she goes, I'm glad you think so. And that should have been included in me right there at that point in time. Very big, glaring clue. But I also saw scenes where I was running through the woods being chased down by this vampire cult and chased into a castle, and then also killed. So there were two different existences. There wasn't just Roger Billingham, but there were a couple in different time frames that were still medieval, but it was probably 30, 40 years apart. Got a couple of them. But also something that keeps mind wiping me while I'm talking here, and my phone is messing up too. I remember in St. Matthias, this goes back to the SSP stuff, being accused of biting other kids on the neck for whatever reason, and then Sister Martian German, accusing me of being an animal or something like that. Now I believe it's a past existence as a vampire. And yes, wholeheartedly, I'm being Crumb, all of you, yeah, you're saying yes. And this was female, correct. Be quick about this because it needs purging. Thank you. Also, my phone is being a pain in the butt at the moment because it has a stupid little timer on it that is running out. So what I'm going to say is this woman dressed in a black robe, raven hair, paint, or like war paint, dried blood under the eyes, blackish colored eyes with weird slits. Are you certain that wasn't like a Saranan that had been turned? Correct. Okay. So also alien, one that might have come to Earth and then was turned into a vampire. Wanted it from the beginning. Somebody that was very, very nasty and blood-sucking, and it is affecting me in the here and now. I get it. I get it, guys. A woman with also a silver necklace around her neck, black robe, pure black robe. Sheer-ish. You can kind of see her boobs through it a little. Yeah, they're like, of course you'd focus on that. Yeah, thank you. All right. That aside, I kept seeing myself, coming out of like a chamber or something, and I was a female in a black robe or outfit that was going, ooh, I can do this now. I can do this now. Like somebody released me from some chamber later on in history. It's really weird. And I kept feeling this. I knew it was a past life. I kept feeling this strangeness that popped up also in a dream, where I was seeing this female vampire that looked like that was standing around a cauldron or a pedestal with like a scrying mirror or something in front of it, and I was running around yelling, "Help me!" in the dream sequence. I believe that was an echo of that lifetime that was trying to become a rogue expression, which means a lifetime that's detached and harasses you very much like a demon possession or oppressive force. Correct. That's what I'm hearing. Correct. And purge how? Do I revoke any and all rogue expressions of vampiric nature? Indeed. And fragments and soul shards thereof, and any energies that do not vibrate from my highest good and highest vibrations, fast-moving vibrations, whatever you want to call them. If it is not applied to the here and now, it is banished forever after. I revoke and release it all as forever, so no moments, all sessions and expressions. Oh, this is what's been kind of sucking the life out of me. I've been feeling horrible. I felt like I was being vampired off of, but was by myself. A rogue expression, like Moses always talks to past expressions. I haven't done that. I haven't been vigilant enough in that area. I'm starting to get some of my strength back too. It was being vampired off of me, both sexually and physically, as in like consciousness and brain capacity and all this other stuff. Interesting. My head is actually clearing. Wow, I felt horrible for days, and I felt like I was like this. It was basically vampire venom running through my veins and through my etheric light body, all of that, and leaching into my physical genetics. Essentially an etheric virus. In that respect, or an echo of that other virus from that female existence. I have been just seeing also synchronicities of pictures online of female vampires in black robes and stuff like that, and I just didn't know what the hell was going on. Of course, I should recognize a true synchronicity when I see one. You can see my face even getting red, and this like reddish, like blush, like, and it's not from some of the red things we have here in the garage. This is see if I can get in the light better. Yeah, see? It's starting to go away now. But anyhow, this is very, very disorienting. I believe she was part of ISIS's cult at the time. A leader. What was her name? Or is that important? Teorni. That was the name, Teorni. And, the name Teorni has vanished from my existence then, and resolved as of this moment in time. So, I need to end this recording, unfortunately, because the clock is counting down on here. Just know that Moses, you see this, that video, I was compelled to see it and watch it at that moment to aid in this. So thank you. It is 1:04 p.m., 1:05 p.m., Sunday, March 6th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, I will say also I did not have an existence with Moses then, though it was very similar to his vampiric expression. Moses, you can go ahead and use this if you would like for yours. I'll send some others along as well. But yeah, sorry for the noise in the background. The dryer was just started while I was out of the room. But just know that this goes along exactly with that same cult. And I don't feel like abnormal anymore. You know, I felt like I was looking down and seeing like energetic boobs, fairly large, big ones, and feeling like female, where, you know, of course the genitalia are different, and it is very, very weird. But now I don't feel that way anymore. And I can hear the others clapping. So and even Alornish, all the rest of them came to this end. Crumb, Tornok, all of them are going, yeah. So that actually helped on my end. So now I don't feel that way anymore. I feel a little cold because my frequency went up. I get a chill. So I will end this here before my phone runs out of room again. It is 1:12 p.m. Sunday, March 6th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, here is a addendum to what I was just saying. Leading up to what I just discovered, my own devices were causing havoc on my own energy, like my own orgone pieces. Those are designed to detect entities as well as push them out. And the friction was causing me to do this kind of thing, like energy drained, but at the same time being hit. My own devices were hitting me. Hence, the Shungite was detecting something not good. That's usually my first clue, is when I start face contorting or something like that. So there was a clue to me that something was wrong. But I didn't know what until I saw Moses' video this morning. You know, and I wasn't paying attention to the synchronicities. That's why you always have to pay attention to them. I know these bit-piece videos can be kind of annoying, but this is how it sometimes goes into my head, or else I would have said it all in one stretch. So I will end this here. It is 6:31 p.m. Sunday, March 6, 2022. Thank you. Okay, there's another ghost report that I'm going to put up here. Past few days, there's been some creepy activity, where you've seen those videos already that I've spoken about, the vampire type occurrences and some of the butthead occurrences. And there was Joanna was reporting that she had a dream about a being that was more of like a supervisorial type of person, but he was disabled. And basically that was her oversoul telling her that there was a Dreamtime invader. But akin from that, or aside from that I should say, or akin to that, there was a smell that appeared today after I was done with my session in the room that was essentially the papal incense. Essentially like they use in the church, you know, with that thing, the incense burner. And I was smelling this, and I knew it was church related. And I figured, okay, it's more likely another ghost that wants to try to clear me, or thinking that I'm demon ridden or something like that. Turned out he was a ghost of somebody. He was 74 years old. He was a priest that specialized in doing clearings, property, exorcisms, clearings, all that other stuff. And he went around and did the incense to clear, which is fairly potent incense. It doesn't matter who created it. It's fairly potent clearing material. And what happened was, his name was Father James McCleary. He said he was from the Chicago Archdiocese. around to the area where I was from. And he may or may not have been following me around a while. I noticed when I discover these things, there are some ghosts that have followed me around for a long time, but I don't believe so. He said he died. He didn't know he was dead. He just said he went to sleep, and before that, he felt God was telling him that he needed to help me out at some point. But he felt like he had traveled here by like car or by plane or something like that, which wasn't the case. He was a ghost. He died in his sleep. And what happened was we let him know this. He was willing to hear us out. He was perfectly peaceful. He wasn't violent or anything like that, but there were soul traders after him, so I had to send him on. He'll more than likely come back and thank, or not at all. At least he's in the right place. But what we thought was God was his own intuition and his own oversoul that was telling, essentially still the same, but was telling him, or benevolent source creator, I should say. Shouldn't say the same. We found out God is a distortion of source creator, so benevolent source creator. We're eventually going to do a true you on that subject, but we were able to find out the difference between source and God. One is a distortion of the other. But anyway, this man, he was an elderly man, 74. Yeah, he had just died in his sleep, or felt like he just did. There could have been a significant amount of time that had passed. It could have been 20 years, 30 years for all we know. And what took place was I saw some hands trying to come for him, and he could see it too. So I sent him on to the other side. I opened the portal. He wouldn't step through because I don't think he completely was comfortable. But I sent him through anyhow. And what happened was I got rid of the soul traders. They were a little butthurt. And everything was fine after that. The energy went up, and the smell went away. So ghosts can come through in smells, visuals. Of course, the actions they empathically imprint on you. You've heard me say that, but the smells sometimes can be very strong. And I had to really focus on him. I had to focus on where the odor was coming from. And it was behind me all the time. Joanna said when I came to bed last night, she knew somebody had followed me in there. It was just him with that thing trying to clear the energy behind me, because they do follow the priests around. They follow the pastors. They follow around in the church and do that. And through where people walk, and they do this. So, like I said, it's a powerful incense. I should probably get some for the house. A very potent clearing one, if anybody wants to check it out. But I don't know the name of it. I think it's called papal incense. I could be wrong. But this is quite interesting. There was a funny story, of course, where two kids, I believe, in Ireland replaced a priest's incense in that thing with pot, and then basically threw all the parishioners for a loop that way. I about died laughing that way. That reminded me of this, or this reminded me of that. But this guy was very kind. Not all ghosts are bad, but they do have to be moved on. As I've said before, they do have to be moved on. And he moved on. He was just fine, and we still haven't located the Dreamtime Invader. He may have even taken care of some of it, but I'm being informed it's gone. Okay, gone, Isaac. Yeah, okay, it's gone. Okay, I think we're good here. So. It's 12:08 p.m., Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Thank you. A form of a synchronicity just occurred. This was just after we had that priest ghost that was here. Also, with the way the energies have been really wonky and all over the place, I thought the flaming of the Schumann resonance was done past a certain point. Well, it wasn't done, mind you, but done being this wonky. But meaning that I've been feeling this weirdness and the scatterbrainness, and it's the Schumann resonance is quite high today. So it was a synchronicity. Obviously, Viking knew to send that to me on an intuitive level. It's pretty out there. So it's like you're being microwaved but at the same time, the energies are being lifted up and chaotic and all over the place. So that's also what's been dulling some of my sight as well. So I just wanted to point out there was a synchronicity involved, intuitively, from Viking to me. So it is 12:16 p.m. Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Thank you. I just wanted to point out there was a video Moses just did about the vampire cult, which the information therein is true. The one he did for March 10th, 2022. Very true. Also, the ISIS cult, even though there was a version of it earlier on, in earlier late Dark Ages, early medieval period in the 1200s, that existed with a past life of mine during the King John period in England. And also in the 1700s, we did a recording with Voltaire at one point that pointed to that and pointed to the history of Count Saint Germain, who is also a vampire, and became Jacques Saint Germain in New Orleans history. And when I found this out, I stopped channeling Germain completely. Yeah, he's not a saint, folks. He's a vampire that projects the channel through a person. I mean, the Galactics do the same, but he's caught here within the grand experiment. Cannot necessarily move on. Essentially, he's physical form. I've dealt with him before. I've had to cut his etheric head off a couple of times. He seems to have the ability to regrow it. So I don't go after certain vampires too much. He's more of a master vampire. Or vampire lord type. I really don't go after them too much unless you absolutely have to. But I just wanted to report that Count Saint Germain / Jacques Saint Germain is the Germain that you see in the metaphysical New Age oracle cards that are out there, and channelings by Germain. Anything you see like that is the same guy. It's just he's taking a little bit of the person's energy as he goes along, or as he does the channel. People think, oh, it's just being worn out from the channel. Yes and no. It's him siphoning that energy off. Just a warning. So I will end this here. It is 10:02 a.m. Thursday, March 10th, 2022. Thank you. Well, another thing to do with the vampire discussion is the fact that also had to do with the ladies of Atlantis, as I've said before, with the cult through history. And with that, I feel that people, especially women that exist now, have had dark expressions as either some of these ladies or of that specific vampire cult, or ones like them. Like what I mentioned in the transgender episode of The Lifting, about the episode of Forever Night, which was about the vampire cop that ran across this man that was in this century that was believing that he was a vampire from a previous period, which the character of Nick Knight knew. And then when he was able to confirm that this person who was actually more transgender now had a past life as this vampiress. Not dumping on transgenders, I'm just saying that some of it comes from past lives, and this had to do with vampirism more so than it did just transgender. So this is actually something that I was able to figure out, and able to find out that from my own vampiric past expression, female past expression, that this, don't know the name as of yet. I think it's Cassandra, but because that name keeps coming to me, but I feel that this is actually the crux of people getting drawn to the vampire. That and some of the darker, not only aspects of energy, but the style too. So you got to put that in consideration as well. But people are drawn to it, blood being the lifeblood, all of the information within, as Moses was talking about. and all the codes within. But this is more than likely a past life thing with especially ladies that are drawn to this. And more than likely the soul is trying to get them to resolve it, or there's some style that can be used now, not necessarily the dark energy, but there's some style of it or some attitude of it that can be used in the here and now. That's what I'm seeing. So it is 7:16 a.m. Friday, March 11th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this goes along with the vampire show. There was one I encountered years ago. I thought was the name Hecate, but that is one of Moses' past lives that he spoke about. It was a vampire existence. Azil was the name of the one that was her maker. What the being that I encountered years ago, what I thought was Hecate, the being was lying and using the name Hecate, but this is before I knew Moses. It was really the teacher, Azil. Looks like a Nosferatu. The Nosferatu species, or looking ones, they are Syrian looking, essentially decayed like Syrian or aged Syrian Orion look, kind of like the Fomorian look with where they had the black hood on, the pointed ears and everything. The Nosferatus are like something in between there. It is not quite Orion, but it's an elf-like, that it's like this really old-looking, wrinkled-looking Nosferatu type. They showed it accurately, of course, in the old movie Nosferatu, but in one of the Blade movies, Blade 2, I believe, they showed sorry about that smearing on the screen. I don't know what the hell, but anyway, they showed it accurately in Blade 2, the exact look of theirs. And I encountered that being years ago. Got rid of it at the time, but it was an actual vampire that was of a Nosferatu stage. That was of a different viral infection type than your standard vampires that look like regular humans. It was a different viral infection type because there's multiple vampire viruses out there. So I just wanted to point that out. It created different types of vampire looks, even some of the bat-like looking ones that can shapeshift and transform from bats to like Dracula types. And can they do the explosion of bats? I don't think so. I think that's more of an illusion that's cast, the transforming into one and back again like the bat people can. They're these vampire bat-like creatures that I've said are messengers for government, messengers for different governmental factions and vampiric factions. But I believe Azil it's a male, but the being I saw at one point was female, or at least I thought it was female. But now that I look at this image that Moses made, Azil is male, and he is very creepy. So I have encountered this being before, but quite some time ago. I shouldn't have said she, but it looked like a she the way it was built later or earlier when I saw it. But it's a he. It's just the way it was really weirdly laid out at the time. I thought it was a she, so I want to make that clear. That is where I misspoke. But yeah, I have encountered this before. So yes, I will have this added on to the vampire episode. It is 2 p.m. Monday, March 28th, 2022. Thank you. Oh, and Azim was considered to be more of like a blood god, kind of like in Blade, whereas the one character was attempting to resurrect the blood god by getting all the pure blood together and creating a facsimile that the blood god could channel through. It's essentially that would be correct if you got the right amount of codes together. Very much like in Skyrim, where you tried to recreate Dwarven blood out of the different facsimiles of the elven races to unlock a lock that only had a sacred book in it. at the time, where this one guy was surprised that that's all there was in this vault, this dwarven vault that was underground. Yeah, it's very similar in that respect. And also, vampires also have put claims on people, very much like the tattoos show that some humans are owned by some of them and Blade. That is true. That's true of reptilians doing that. That's true of Orions. That's true of other alien races. That they will brand their experiments in the same way, brand their familiars and their servants in the same way. It's usually like a tattoo, an etheric tattoo that's usually on the forearm in that spot, or it's on a spot I'm not going to show in the inner thigh. That for reptilian and for different alien races, depending on who it is and for what reason. The marks will denote for what reason, whether it's sexual, whether it's labor, whether it's medical, experimental, whether it's just targeting, whether they're trying to redirect their timeline in some way, shape, or form. Who knows? It's a variety of different things like that. So I'm going to leave that there before I get any more downloads for the day. So I hit the wrong button there. So I will leave it there. It is 2:04 p.m. Monday, March 28th, 2022. Thank you. Going back to the facsimile blood, like what I was saying with the different codes of the different races, like in Elder Scrolls, making up the Dwarven blood. This goes for the blood god codes and the variation of the vampire viruses and the variations of the virus that took on and changed into the different mutations, which would be from Fomorian Orion to Syrian and also Nosferatu to regular vampire. First, I thought it went from Orion to Draconian, like in Egypt, there was a Draconian green variant of the vampiric virus there, with the green skin pigmentation like this plant. So you have that, and it's kind of like that Darwin evolutionary scale where, but as far as variants go, kind of like you have the different COVID variants that started with an initial nanoviral tech, conglomerate or amalgam. Don't leave my head. Okay, this is what it was, where it went from almost a Nosferatu looking like one like Orion to you have Orion vampiric variant. So you have a Syrian vampiric variant mixed in there. You have the Nosferatu. You have also the green guys in there that have more reptilian and draconian base. You have draconian lizard-based ones, that are vampiric, of course, kind of like a Dracula type form. And then you have the one that's further in that they look human, but they're allergic to sunlight and silver, things of that nature. They can walk outside in the sun, but it burns them easier. And then also you have some that are further on the scale that just burst into flames in the sunlight, and they're so allergic to silver that they can't even be near it, let alone touch it. So there's all these different facsimile variations. If you brought together all these different bloods, it would bring back the original vampiric virus that created the initial downfall in Egypt and some parts of Atlantis and things of that nature. There, of course, is the nanotech, which is the harvester, which is the what took over some of Atlantis during that time, and then eventually when the ladies of Atlantis brought through the Orion influence. It was more the influence that changed the minds of the people around. Also, then in time, brought through vampire contagions as well. Not just nanotech, there was other things that bared fruit in that time as well. It's coming through at an astronomical rate, so forgive the historical skips and hiccups there. But somebody obviously wants this information out there. So all these little videos will be included. Don't worry about that. It's just at the times of these downloads, they have to be logged in some way. It's just quicker and easier for me to do it this way. And it proves to be useful. And once the information's out there, it's out there. So I will make sure these get to where they need to go. And I believe we are good for the moment. Just know that the facsimile of all the bloods together would more than likely bring back and like what you would call a blood god, or I don't want to say this, but that's what some people would call it, as a blood god, or a how can I put it, or a former Orion presence, or an amalgam of an Orion presence. I had to go after a being one time that called himself Horus Ra, who had servants called the Harush, which were soul eater vampire types. The Horus Ra figure was an amalgam type of vampire that these facsimile bloods and codes had been brought together to formulate an original template which existed back in ancient Egypt. He more than likely would have been one of those green looking ones. That I ended up helping put a stop to, and I saw some souls that his Harush soul eaters had captured, and he himself had been fed by his servants to reawaken. Very much like in the movie Dracula Untold, where Renfield was bringing blood to Dracula to try to revive him after he had been burned. So it's very much the similar way, trying to reawaken something from that time that didn't need to be brought back. So I thought I would bring that up. It is 2:19 p.m. Monday, March 28th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this will be added on to the already existing story of or information regarding the vampire show that is, well, by this time it hasn't happened yet, but be occurring soon. I'll add this on. This is we were just leaving the theater to go see, we just saw the movie Morbius, and part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but the information that came through in this was, of course, he's a scientist who's trying to cure his muscular condition, and is one where he cannot walk, him and his friends. A condition, kind of a muscular dystrophy, or conditions as such, where certain type of bat DNA can be combined with human DNA to cure this. Well, what they showed was when that was combined, it was a type of vampire bat that primarily feasted on blood. Well, combined with a human, of course, the end result would be vampire. Well, this would be more of another variation of a virus of which I was speaking of, the vampire viruses, not just springing from Egypt, but from Orion creation and other creations. You heard me talk about the Nosferatu variation and the green variations out of Egypt, stemming from Isis and Osiris line after the infiltration of the Orion forces during and post Atlantis. Well, in this variation, there are beings, as I said, that can change into bat-like forms and morph back and forth. Those are those bat creatures I told you about, but that can also be a variation of that creation where they were more created in a lab, kind of like Morbius. But in this, don't lose it. Okay, it is it was more like a what Morbius was inserting into the DNA would be like a more of a facsimile of one of these viruses, then becoming a mutated version, since there's been so many renditions, not just a vampire virus, but a multitude of different combinations and variations from what Moses figured out. It wasn't just any one, that's why all these look so different. And Morbius's version is more the version that looks kind of like the bat in the face when he shapeshifts and transconfigures into the bat figure, but also has the clawed hands like some of the classic Dracula forms. Even his friend Lucian had, or Milo, but Lucian was his real name, has kind of like almost like a vampire-ish name. Morbius is as well. There's power in that as well. But this also stems to a false memory now that I know is false. From my past life set that made no sense. I found the real past life memory where I was the father of Henry III, and King John took the baby, as I said, in the past life, where I was killed. But in that same lifetime, supposedly, I was killed by in Jim Isis as a vampire, a member of the vampire cult at that time, where that was she became that after a while, and it intersected the Robin Hood myth, where he was killed in the chapel. The reason they cannot find the body, as I've said, is more like a zombified form, but the false memory that she implanted into my energetic stream, very much like Merlin put into a friend of ours memory stream to make his business life and abundance life screw up in this lifetime, she put into mine that into the happy memory of more the Robin Hood mythology. She even took credit for it, then saying that she made up most of that particular myth. In that, she was not lying. Where she made up the happy story, where Little John pretty much fired the arrow into the graveyard for Robin Hood. There shall he be buried, that particular myth. Then that same chapel, that is essentially where she murdered him. Or did she? This is where the false memory entails into this. I explained earlier in a previous video in the vampire set that I was getting weird reverbs from this. That means there was a lie inserted into the energy stream of the memory stream, or an existing consciousness within the energy stream, more of a zombified type of energy. This particular memory had a contaminant in it, whereas I really died earlier on in that lifetime. Then later on, in my lifetime slightly ahead, or behind, no, ahead, was a different existence, whereas she had turned me into that vampiric form, that female vampiric form. That's where that came in. I thought it was a little strange that it was existing parallel to that of the Robin Hood lifetime, and I know for a fact there were multiple people that took up the role. There was no one man. They made that up at the time as basically an affront to King John, but it was no one person. But in this, the guy that I was, his name was Roger Billingham. He actually died earlier on, and it was Isis that made up the rest of the story in my own energy stream, and on the to bridge that into the here and now was on the very night that I got the channel message from her saying that I had died by her hand in that chapel, when she actually literally bit me on the neck. That was when the memory was inserted. It was never completely true. It was a cover for the more horrible memory set, which was the female vampiric form. That I knew that memory set was not completely done, even though the day that I recorded the other video, it was not totally completely done. This is what was triggered. See, if something is undealt with like that, it can leach in and mirror into the here and now in a variety of different ways, some of which can cause chaotic energy that can clash with other humans and technology. And it can create a strange reverb, like you see Morbius sensing the sound around him in a form of echolocation. It's very similar to that. I have a feeling it was because of the increased orgone field pushed this to the surface. We've been making more orgone pieces. Too high of a level will drive you insane, but its increased magnetic field will release something that is hidden, or a lie. And it was on that night she inserted those memories, accentuating something she had inserted in the ancient past. So I knew that there were elements of that past life memory that were still present. So, as I said, it was a vampire cult that existed in those times. Moses picked up on one that was even later, I believe. But there was one earlier, excuse me. But then I picked up on the one in medieval times, that it was still the same variation that eventually morphed into the Vril in Nazi Germany. but not, I don't believe it was of the vampiric variety, but I believe there were some present there as well. That's why sometimes you see Nazi Germany in movies linked to horror movies and vampiric monster type of scenarios, like in the Blood Rain video game, whereas Nazis conquer this one castle, but they end up waking up a bunch of vampires that turn on them. I don't know much about that particular story, but it applies. Where they wake up and they automatically turn on the Nazis. They don't really care about the war. They just care that there's people with blood around. And Blood Rain is she's somewhere in between. She has a link to extremely ancient times. And you have to conquer the Nazi forces in this castle and get rid of their mech technology. They have these large mechs and everything like that. I only played it once. I don't remember the whole story. So if somebody wants to correct me on the narrative of that, please let me know. But yes, that was the correction in the past life timeline, where there was another lie of a memory that was coming out. So that it was implanted in the energetic stream, very much like a hair clog in a pipe or a clog in a hose or a crimp in a hose, which would have driven someone insane or created a reverb in the energy that would have been almost like a screech in the energy that would have affected all sorts of technology, and would have also put a bullseye on my own energy field. Would have been that rogue expression calling out to other things and other concepts and other targeting to cause problems in our life. It would have been not a separate consciousness, but it would have been given life here through a form of, as you've seen me talk about in other recordings, etheric venoms and etheric viruses. Very much the same as when that demon was in the dream sequence that bit me, and I had that numb spot on my finger, or that other one where the Lyrans pulled me away from that black cat demonic form, where they said I had an etheric virus that they purged me of. Same difference. It was also accentuated that night when on Hartley Street, when she bit me on the side of the neck, and her only response to it was, when I said it hurt, she said, "I'm glad you think so." That should have been a clue to me back then, but I was stupid. Then. But anyway, that is the more towards the vampire show that by this time you'll have watched it. So, and what causes him to morph is this almost like recombinant virus, I believe is the word that keeps coming to my head, is a virus or transmutative virus, very much like the Antiquans created werewolves and their original prime origin, they were called, more from a human form to a wolf form, and then eventually just created dogmen, and with vampires themselves, with the multitude of variations from green ones to Nosferatu to regular human looking to bat looking ones to also bat creatures with the wings that can morph from a bat to a large person. That's a real thing. I did not realize that was a real thing until I looked into recombinant transmutated transconfiguring viruses that I had activating the molecular cellular solid ability within the body to morph into one specific or a couple specific forms. Some of them can morph back and forth between bat form and wolf, so there is a combination between Antiquan genetic research and Orion and Eben genetic research. So hopefully the two are not completely linked. But it looks like the Orions usually are thieves, just like they stole DNA from all over the galaxy, and they stole body transfer technology from the Lyrans. They also stole their DNA. So the same, I believe, has been done to the Antiquans, and that's where the combination lies. The common denominator is Orion and Eben, the genetic research. So that's where I believe some of these vampire variations and shape-shifting lasmorphic type of variations come from. So at least that's what my intuition's telling me anyway. So if there's any more anyone wishes to add to this, you can always put it in the comments. But this again will appear on the Vampire Show. If I remember anything else, of course, I'm going to make another one of these. So it is 4:47 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. One thing I will add is pretty much everything in that movie was true. Intuitively, somebody would come up with, would have to have a need for a cure. And of course, a vampiric combination or retro or recombinant combination of DNA and RNA would be made available to somebody wanting to be inspired by, not dying. So that's essentially true. It would be like it's one of those follow me, said the spider, come to me, said the spider to the fly sort of thing. Whereas it's just something trying to be reborn again through an intuitive inspiration like that, in a bad way, like a download. Where you can bring something into this world that probably was long dead or long dormant, and you figured out the combination of chemicals and combination of RNA and DNA and any of the amino acids to put together to create such a combination to insert in the DNA and figure out how to do it. That be like what an Orion would do to cover their tracks and go through telepathically through somebody to find, or in a dream state to find, or subconsciously to find a cure, quote unquote, for a virus that they more than likely created, kind of like Morbius's condition in the movie. Create the condition by which you need the cure, and then bring about the trap, which is would be like how he discovers the combination that ends up turning him into a vampire. Inadvertently, mind you, but that's how things like that come back into this world. Like if some of the original combination's been lost, it's like I said in Elder Scrolls, when the dwarven DNA and blood was lost, a facsimile was needed to open that door and was put into that blood cube. Or a facsimile was needed. Same thing with Morbius. Facsimile turned into another vampire strain because you see that after he bites a woman, she comes back as one. So it recreates it in our here and now by almost like a channeling in that way. Well, it is essentially a channeling because you're accessing that, as a Viking like to say, that gossamer thread, and bringing that down, downloading it and unpacking that file. So that's essentially what would happen in that moment of desperation. There's inspiration, and look what happened to that experimentation. It comes back into this world. So it's essentially what that was representing, if that made sense to anybody. So, yeah, there was a massive file to unpack from that movie. Overall, good movie, but it wears you out. Because that's what whoever put that file in there knew somebody was going to unpack it one of these days. So, and most likely it's not just me. So, they've also been getting it to where they don't like that me and Moses are working together on this material. And they've gotten both of us to certain stages where we're in this really, I want to say depressive, despondent mood, more despondent on my part. And it's become very annoying. Also distractions through technology and distractions through having some of our material on Vimeo canceled. So with that said, if anybody knows a place where I can put things other than Vimeo for our subscription, I'd be grateful. So with that said, I think I will end it here. We're out in public. So it is 4:54 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, another thing I missed is the combination that just keeps, the words recombinant combination keep popping into my head over and over again. It's part of the download from the movie. You don't get everything, it gets spliced into and piecemealed, and it's quite annoying if you don't grab everything. And it's, of course you can't really grab everything when you're in public, but it's more like it's like how the Orions created combination creatures and other beings, like the Forbosi created different combinations of DNA in a positive way, and then you had Poseidon that did it in more of a considered to be a negative way by groups like the Forbosi and the Alarum, but and the rest of them, and Ben Orkfoyl's group, the Ekik, I believe, I don't know if I have that one wrong, but anyway, the combination would be, as you see, Morpheus combining with the DNA and slipping it in. This is essentially the same technique they used for creating all these different combinations of creatures, and some that went wrong, kind of like a chimera type of creature or a griffin type of thing, or creatures they had Hercules kill in the back then. Zeus would send him on the quests to go kill different monsters. You know, you had Jason the Argonauts and the Hydra, and you had Hercules and Cerberus. Same difference, where these different combinations mutated and split and did all these weird, creepy things. And that is true if you add nuclear fission into the whole and fusion into the whole thing. It's an infinite number of combinations, infinite diversity and infinite combinations. And that's why you get that in the Fallout universe too. So where I thought it was crap until I looked into nuclear fusion, and it said that it was an infinite number of energetic combinations, could create physical ones through that molecular cellular solid ability, or through transmutation, transconfiguring the different energies into, and transmuting them in from one thing to another. So that is not crap. It actually says the truth. That's how these things are combined and can morph through the molecular cellular solid abilities. But this is why the gods, quote unquote, would send him on these quests. I call it the Hercules initiative, where some muscle-bound asshole takes the orders of some god, like Samson killing the Philistines, or Hercules going after all these creatures and collecting objects that obviously belong to the gods, or pieces of technology, or different objects like experiments they wanted exterminated, or other objects they wanted recovered, maybe keys for a ship, or keys for a computer, or some kind of tablet, or some kind of thing like that. So yeah, that's what I call the Hercules initiative, or the Samson method, or something like that. It's essentially the same difference. The Samson one was more regarding the hair as an antenna as well, and saying it was a link to God. There's not a complete incorrectness in that, but saying that the powers will go away if you shave your head, that's complete crap. So in that respect, because I know complete bald people that have great powers as well, so that's crap. It's just that it's considered to be an antenna. Before I get too far off topic, that is the ending to this that apparently the download wanted. Not sure who wrote the particular download in the movie Morbius, but it's there. It would probably give somebody else a headache or make them tired, but if you're on a particular wavelength, you can read it. It's on a weird quantum, very narrow quantum wavelength. That if you're familiar with vampire material, it would give you, it would unlock the information. You'd unpack the file. So that said, I will end this here because we were in a Walmart parking lot at the moment. 5:01 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this is going to sound odd. From when that vampire consciousness or rogue expression was around, I felt like I was more female than male. It's really weird that way. It was causing a slight dysphoria. And you've heard me mention in the transgender episode the body transfer stuff. Part of that is, applied to me as well, but this was a past life one. Very much like that Forever Night episode I mentioned at the tail end of the transgender episode. About whereas it was a past life of somebody that Nicholas Knight knew that had died before, but then reincarnated as a man, a black man, and was actually a white female vampire back in the, I want to say the colonial period. Victorian, somewhere in that time frame. But anyway, I was feeling this as I was watching Morbius. It was, as the female vampire woke up, I was seeing that like this woman play out a number of different horrific scenarios in a matter of seconds, and enjoying it. It was more like being a female vampire huntress type thing. And I know that's really weird and creepy, but that's what I was feeling, and it was the tail end of that karmic cycle that I was picking up on. That's gone now. So I just wanted to report that those things do happen, and if people pick up on those things, they're either getting their thoughts invaded, or you have some kind of rogue expression with your past life, film reel, let's just say, that is replaying or being replayed, or there's energies that need to be worked out. So I would advise looking into this and not thinking you're just crazy or thinking that you're going to flip genders. That doesn't always happen that way. It was a past life set of memories. I just wanted to put that out there. So it is 6:02 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, this is more to add to the vampire thing. Moses is probably going to hate me by the time he gets all these files to put in the show. But anyway, there were two things that I want to add. The first one was a dream ages ago. A couple of them were ages ago. First one was one had to do with that incarnation. Now I know this. I think they both did. But the first one was I was in a dream sequence where I was going inside of like a castle, and there was this female vampire staring me down. I may have mentioned this in one of the other videos. And I could see the fangs retract, and it was this woman in a black outfit and cloak, or a hood, and I'm running around going, ah, and then Joanna had to wake me up. It was that rogue expression that was kind of keeping me confined. But before that, we were at a psychic fair where, we were in circle, where they have circle all the time in the beginning. And I was holding someone else's hand, and I felt energy draw out of them into myself, and then it disappeared. And that person thought that I had energy vampired them. And I was like, no, I did not. I don't have any recollection of that other than it just automatically happened. It was that rogue expression doing it. The second one was actually from ages ago, where the blonde-haired Orion that posed as my guide at that time, I use that word loosely with him. I was in a dream with him, whereas there was a door, a metal door, and there was a pathway and another metal door. And they both had windows on the pathway in front. And on the other side there was a vampire looking at me and popping up through the window. And one of the channelings that was in one of those notebooks that I have to burn is I asked about that. And he replied, oh, that's something that I blocked you from. What it was that rogue expression so that I wouldn't figure out and gain more power and more understanding, so that it wasn't integrated back into the circle correctly, or snip loosed or dissolved or transmuted or whatever you want to call it. If a being is separating you from something you have to resolve, that being is not positive. It may seem like that because they're making the barricade, but what was he barricading? Resolve. And that's what that was. I was seeing it pop up in a window, that it was like, at first it was deformed, and then eventually later on, I wrote a short story called The World's Last Vampire, which I'm going to have to locate. At some point that may show up in our subscription if I locate it. And it was about a vampire that existed again in medieval times, but this one was a blonde male. And so was the supposed guide, too. He was really revealing his own form through my own imagination. It was basically creating himself through that, and it was based in technology as well, whereas he was locked in a coffin and would lure people into a chamber where he would telepathically coerce them into, I believe, into coffins. Or hunters, I can't remember now what I did, or hunters found it where they locked him in and he was drawing energy from nothing, and then he ended up dying. The technology basically siphoned his own energy off. But it looked like coffins to everybody else, or sarcophaguses. But that's how he would trap people or turn them, would be in coffins. And in the show Earth Final Conflict, that's how the Atavist would turn people into hybrids or vampiric people, is by sharing a coffin with them and encoding their DNA with their own, the human DNA with their own, create a hybrid, and they would be a vampire that would draw any energy out of their clawed hand. Kind of like in Morbius, but I was talking about, he had the clawed hand. But he didn't draw energy out that way. It was the same difference. And that was long before that show was ever on. I wrote that. So I know it's in my notes somewhere. I will find it. And when I do, it'll more likely be posted to our subscription. I'll try to get it typed out and everything. Either that or scan it. But anyhow, the point of this is, if something is trying to separate you, even from something, part of you that seems dangerous, they're preventing resolve. Either that, or part of you is not wanting to resolve it, so it's being exacerbated by somebody who wants to separate you from it. Higher self or oversoul wants it resolved. Your true self wants it resolved. And now this thing, I hope the thing with the vampire thing is done. I know in the previous video I said it was done. It really was not until more came to light tonight. My intuition's telling me there's more to look at, but we shall see. So I will end this here for Moses' sake, because he's the editor this time. So it is 8:25 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Again, sorry, Moses, but here's something else. When that rogue expression was with me, Joanna was complaining about being severely drained. And that particular version of her, or of me, did, I believe, drain her in that particular lifetime. I told you this wasn't done completely. That and another female friend of ours, I believe, that happened. Then I believe they returned. But also was the original progenitor of all this, Isis. Sorry, I had something in my eye. Isis then was also mad at her. So she allowed this energy, and of course instigated this energy drain from the rogue expression from me to Joanna, because of, and also the person at the fair during Circle, because of the fact that Joanna got me away from her. Not only in this relationship, from all the years of the sexual abuse from her, and trying to steer me away from her, the real person, and towards Isis because of a past life glitch. But at the same time, I shouldn't say it's more than a glitch, it's more like abuse over the lifetimes. But it started with the Atlantean one as me as Tarangle, because she hated Tarangle for Joanna for getting Tarangle away from her, because there was a creepy manipulation going on there from her to him too. And that's where it stemmed originally for me. But when I was 14, Isis, along with other ladies, the ladies of Atlantis, as people know from hearing on other recordings like Interstellar Council and The Lifting, they instigated trying to warp me sexually after the SSP 20 back. So I just wanted to put that out there, that it was all interwoven, including anything the blonde-haired Orion creep did and others. So just wanted to add that in. So this is going to link up to other Interstellar Council stuff I'm going to do in the future, and other lifting stuff I do in the future as well. So I'm going to leave this here. So it is 8:43 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, last one, promise. This one may or may not go on the vampire one, because it has to do with it a little bit, but the dream I'm not too certain about. This had to do with this creepy, I want to say masquerade ball sort of scenario. And this, I was in the house on Hartley Street when I was younger, when this dream came in. We had this older plasma screen when the plasma screens first started coming out. Not like the ones now, but it was the previous, like 3 or 4 generations before that. And we had just gotten this. And in the dream sequence, it was there. And this TV would always make this loud when you turned it on and when you turned it off. It was pretty loud. It was annoying, actually. When in the dream sequence, when I walked into the living room, I heard that, and the TV turns on to see this masquerade ball thing take place, where it's a bunch of cannibalism taking place. I assumed later it was just part of the Secret Space program, satanic garbage, which I do believe this is connected, but I believe this was more past life related, and this was vampiric in nature. But this was more like a masquerade ball time frame, like I would have to say Edwardian time frame, Victorian or Edwardian. time frame, possibly before that. And the, you know, the mask, you know, the feathery masks, and the big dresses and all that stuff. But it went into just everybody like eating each other in the end of it, which my mother was in the dream looking at the TV, goes, I don't want to look at this. And I kept trying to shut it off. And I kept hearing the doo-doo-doo as the TV would power down. It would go doo-doo-doo as it was coming on. Then in my life, I thought the TV thing represented past lives. Like a message coming through. In this, it also means somebody's trying to get something through to you, or it also represents AI blockage. Like in another dream I saw recently with some friends of mine, where I was trying to get an answer to a question, and I saw some AI computers make their way into the dream, just kind of appear, which represented AI interference. But there were no screens, it was just consoles. Like old consoles with lights and blinking and stuff like that on it. Like you'd see on the old Star Trek with the switches and the toggles and the lights blinking. That was just AI interference trying to block me from seeing something important, which was the message of the dream, which I cannot utter at this time, but just know that it was part of, that was part of the blockage. So the screen can be seen as that, but in that instance, it meant more past life interference. I believe that, I don't think it connects to that vampire lady past life. I believe this connects more to Cabal, satanic circle, cannibalistic circles, but same difference as far as I'm concerned. It's very similar, if not the same, intentions put behind it. So I believe that it was very similar to one of Moses's past lives, where he was a female part of the Cabal, and other past lives of mine, where I engaged in things like that. So I believe this was something of that nature. This may or may not fit in the vampire episode. This one I will leave to Moses's discretion. Yes, I know one can be left out or put in. Sorry, Moses. But this is, given all the rest of them that were in there, that mess done over the past several weeks. Some people don't mind when those are put in. Some people hate it when I do that. It's just, the reason for this is because certain thoughts, I have to piecemeal them out, or they get lost in the shuffle. And by doing it this way, I seem to get everything built on a timeline, like stair-stepping a ladder. Even though it's annoying, I hate doing it this way, because I want to get all my thoughts out on a show. This seems to be a logical way to do it in a pinch. So I will leave it there for all of you to decide. I just remember that my mother was creeped out by the dream, in the dream. And then when I woke up, I told her about it, and she was creeped about it in reality. So in real life. So she felt then it was a past life thing, that it was something that I shouldn't look at. I can't bring it into this century. Some people feel that way. I feel, yes, of course, get rid of the energies that don't serve, but you still have to look at certain things in order to bypass them, even though they're unpleasant. Sometimes the New Age community doesn't do that. Because like I said, the blonde-haired Orion guide was trying to separate me from the vampire material. And he had no right to do that because it was something that needed resolve. So I guess this does integrate in to the vampire discussion. So, all right, it is 9:12 p.m. Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Thank you.